Select Committee on the NCOP, the Honorable Chairperson Omar Mumudise, and the colleagues in the NCOP, you are most welcome. This honorable members resulted because the minister was booked by both the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as the Select Committee on the same time and the same day. So we decided we'll come together to engage in this session of the APPs. Our Select Committee will be with us until lunchtime, and then they will have to get to other businesses with other committees. So, Honorable Mudise, you want to have opening remarks and greet the officials? Honorable Mudise. If not, honorable members, let me take this opportunity to welcome the Minister, Honorable Mahmoud Deza, as well as the Deputy Ministers, Mamu Ekapa and Ubao Skwacha, and the DG Ntate Ramasodi and the officials of the department to present their APPs. And having done so, we will then open the sessions for questions of clarity. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee. Also to Honorable Mudise in absentia, honorable members of both the National Assembly and the Select Committee, Deputy Minister Kapa, Deputy Minister Skwacha, Director General and senior officials of government, chairperson and CEOs of our agriculture and land entities. Today, we present to you our annual performance plans as the department and its supporting entities. Our vision and strategic objective remains the attainment of equitable access to land, integrated rural development, sustainable agriculture, and food security for all. This vision guides the sector whose responsibility is shared by national and provincial departments as it is a concurrent function. In the past year, we developed a broad partnership and collaborative framework together with industry, agribusinesses, farmers, labor, and communities, which will enable all of us to focus on how we can grow, transform the sector, and make it sustainable as well as productive. We table these annual performance plans to you in order to have an appreciation of what we intend to do in the current year and how both our human, technology, and financial resources will be deployed for the attainment of our overall vision and our strategic objective. The annual performance plan enables us to develop operational plans that will then guide implementation. Chairpersons and honorable members, it will be amiss of me if I do not reflect that current challenges that are affecting us as a sector presently. This relates to energy security, ongoing market access stringent requirements for our exports, particularly in the European market, the cost of production that is rising and affecting our productive capacity, biosecurity challenges, climate change, and inadequate rural infrastructure to support economic growth in these areas. Chairpersons and honorable members, the cost of living as evidenced by increase on basic foodstuffs pose a serious challenge on food security and nutrition for our citizens. It is therefore important that in addressing these food security challenges, we do not at the same time weaken farm incomes that may also impact negatively on our producers. The annual performance plans we'll be presenting to you in the coming 2 days will address the following key areas amongst others. Farmer support in order to ensure that we respond to food security and also position our farmers to trade and thereby making a contribution to our economy. I must say, honorable chairpersons and members, that the range of farmer support is varied according to the scale of operation as well as products, and some of these are rendered at provincial level. Supporting farmers through production inputs remains important, particularly for smallholder and subsistence farmers. This we do through Ilima Litsima, the Comprehensive Farmer Support Program, as well as the Presidential Stimulus Initiative, commonly known as PESI. Mechanization support remains another important instrument for farmer support. And this we do through our food production support units where they are functional, as well as through provincial departments who also offer mechanization support to our farmers. I must say that this is not enough, as I've experienced it during this week in my constituency in Khamatlala and Mleji, where some of our young farmers were saying, though they appreciate the support on mechanization, but sometimes because of the massiveness of the area and the limited access of traction power in particular, these come later and impact their production capacity. The issue of trade preparation and support, as you will hear, particularly from our PPCB, becomes another important area of farmer support that we also give to our commercial farmers so that they are able to trade by ensuring that their goods, as well as other stringent mechanisms, are addressed. We continue in this regard to engage entities such as Transnet, particularly to unblock the port infrastructure and agility to be able to assist our farmers. Research and development remains very key in supporting our industry so that it can compete internationally. But also, research and development is going to continuously becoming even more important as we relate to issues of climate change. We would need to develop seed varieties that can withstand the challenging inclement weather that we experience time and again. We also need to make sure that we address the issues of pests, particularly on plant and animal sector, through research and development and our surveillance capabilities. But also in terms of research and development, it would enable us to support our spatial planning, particularly through our GIS system, so that we could do mapping that would enable us to support our communities, including rural areas, on where best they can plant, as also where areas they can avoid, particularly where you have wetlands. Issue of market analysis and trends. This is another form of market support, where we continuously have to analyze the market environment and trade, as well as be able to assist our farmers to know which market they can access for their products. Agricultural financing and business development support continues to be one of the key areas for support that we need to give our farmers. I'm raising this, Chairperson, because some of it may not be found directly in the APPs of the department per se, but you will find it in our entities which are part of this family that we are part of. Revitalization of our rural areas continues to be important, and as we ensure that we bring underutilized land into production, working with provinces and traditional leaders as partners together with our commodity organization. This is one area also in terms of the implementation of the agriculture, agro-processing master plan that have been identified as key. But in order to do so, rural infrastructure, in particular rural roads and irrigation support and expansion, remains important in our rural communities if agriculture has to thrive. This also talks to the rehabilitation of our old schemes so that they can be able to support our farmers effectively. Storage facility is another area in rural communities that becomes very key, because despite supporting production. But if our farmers, they don't have the storage facilities, that becomes an inhibiting factor. Biosecurity remains our Achilles heel, which we must address, and we are striving to do so following the report of the task team. One of the things that that report has indicated relates to our governance system and coordination between provinces and national, and some of those that relate to municipalities. The availability and sustainability of vaccines becomes another area of importance that we must address. And we've seen in the past year that members of parliament has really been raising this issue, and we appreciate because of its importance. The surveillance and improving our animal handling facilities in rural areas are very key in supporting our animal health. Land reform, Chairperson, as I close, remains an important area of our focus, both in terms of tenure, reform, restitution, and land redistribution. It's important that we continue as we do, working with other departments to ensure that the contribution of state land release becomes a critical, important factor in supporting the access to land to those who do not have it. And acquisition in the open market, again, remains one of those key areas where we can draw land as well as land donations. Chairpersons, the department and the entities will then give these committees the plans as they have been developed for this year. Thank you very much.
Honorable. Thank you, Mphathiswa. Honorable members, I would like to just ascertain if members of the NCOP are on the platform. Any members of the NCOP on the platform?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Karim Sir. I'm representing the NCOP here today.
Yes. How many are you on the NCOP on the platform already?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
I have seen. Good.
I think I'm only one in the team because members of the S2P, they got invite says meet 10 o'clock. So I really don't know. I just tried the meeting will clarify that members will by 10 o'clock. Unfortunately, I'm on load trading also. I'm struggling, yes, you are struggling, Chairperson.
Unfortunately, you're breaking, Honorable Modise. I couldn't pick up what you're saying.
I'm saying I think I'm only in meeting because members of the National Council of Provinces, they know meetings 10 o'clock. I tried to clarify.
Honorable Modise,
Can you hear me?
We'll have to request you to find a better suitable place with network. Even myself, I had to drive out of Mvezo. I'm seated on the N2 currently at Mtentu village just to gain access. Please try and find an area with a better access so that you may be audible. Honorable members, any other members of the NCOP on the platform? Ntate Masipa. Ntate Masipa?
The chairperson, Honorable Masipa, connection problem. So I don't know if he now have a problem.
Yeah, we are seemingly challenged today,
Yes.
technologically wise. And our colleagues in the NCOP who are supposed to also be on the platform with us seem to have been informed that the meeting is starting at 10. So I do not want us to proceed too far without them, because they only have this session until lunchtime to engage with the department's APP. So in order of ensuring we accommodate them, I will request that we hold on until 10 o'clock.
Chairperson, just to make 100% sure that I understand, you must be logged off now and then log on 10 o'clock again.
If you have sufficient data, you can stay on the platform. Like most of us that are challenged, I'm going to stay on the platform because I don't want to lose the network where I am. But we will resume at 10 o'clock once everyone is on the platform. If I may apologize. Yes, Mphathiswa, I wanted to apologize for these disturbances we are experiencing. Go ahead, Mphathiswa.
Oh, Enkosi Ndabezitha, I was just saying that if I may be relieved at 11, does the request you're making mean I will have to start again in terms of introduction, or we will just go straight to the DG and the team?
We will go straight into the DG and the team, because it is the APPs we are interested in Mphathiswa to look into the affairs of the department. I take it that it was opening remarks that you were making, and
Yes.
therefore will be able to engage intensely with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ndabezitha.
Mphathiswa.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, Ntate Masipa.
Sorry, I was busy transitioning from the ESCOM from.
Yeah, we are all challenged this morning. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Chair, here's the thing. If I look at the program that we have got, was a portfolio committee on agriculture, land reform, and rural development. That was the invitation that we have received. We were not aware that this is going to be a joint sitting. I just want to get clarity around the joint sitting between ourselves and the NCOP as to how it came to be. Thanks.
Yes, Ntate Masipa, in the transition you were in, this was explained, and I'm happy to repeat that because both us as the portfolio committee and our colleagues in the NCOP had booked the same time with the minister and the department for them to appear before the committee and the select committee in the NCOP. I then got and received a call from the department alerting us to this. I was able to engage with the chairperson of the select committee, that is Honorable Modise, and explained the dilemma we were in order to reach a compromise, because all of us don't have any other dates to postpone this to due to our busy schedule. We then compromised to have a joint sitting so that they, as the NCOP, can be able to listen to the department's APP. They will be logging off at lunchtime because they've got other committees to attend to. So it's just this morning's session of the department that we will be onboarding them, and they will be engaging in the same APPs with us. In that regard, we will then be proceeding after lunch with other entities of the department on our own as the committee. Thank you, honorable members.
Market also finished, so we acted to that as well. Yeah. And also ran performing along with English.
We have lost contact with the chair. The chair, we can't hear you.
I'm right here. Tate Matias, how are you?
Talipunga.
Tate
Atiba.
Matias, how are you?
Good, my lord. How are you?
Very well, Tate. We just adjourned the meeting so that we can restart at 10 o'clock. As our colleagues in the NCOP are not on the platform yet. So we will all proceed together at 10 o'clock with the APPs from the department as led by the DG, the executive also in participation.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm informed that there is lights in Mvezo, electricity is back, so I'm gonna attempt to drive back so that I can at least at 10 o'clock be able to be in a better suitable area than being on the side road.
Recording
So,
stopped.
I'll catch you later.
Nkosi.
Enkosi.
Chairperson,
Yes, Honorable Kruger.
my apologies. I just received a WhatsApp now that I must be in small business. So can I be what you call it from the meeting today?
Excused.
You are most welcome.
Thank you.
Honorable
you.
Kruger, you should be making your request, which you wanted to make earlier to the chair, that one session must be in Afrikaans. I see now you are struggling to say
Yeah, I'm
how
struggling.
you want.
Ja, so ek wil net verskoning aanteken vir vandag se vergadering asseblief, Chairperson.
So seqala Lord izakufaka engxakini loo nto bawukruka. Awuske ngoku sidinga utolikelwa sonke apha. Njengoba nawe udinga utolikelwa njengangoku.
Jy sien voorsitter, die minister het jou nou onder die bus ingegooi. Dankie voorsitter, so I will leave now. Thank you.
Yabulela, thank you.
Chair, have you flown to Mvezo now? Are you there?
Mphathisa ingona ndingena ngegate so sendibufika ehlanganisweni yakomkhulu enqeleni yakomkhulu senzawungena.
Bese ndizawubuza uba zingakhi itikiti ozikolekthile apha endlini.
Hayi noko bendingakho kudaka kangako bendilapha ku-N2. Yabulela.
Nkosi.
Thank you, honorable members. I finally back and settled in Mvezo, and it's good to have a proper sitting as I was being cooked inside the car with the sun rising on the hills of Mthentu. Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Memudise, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Ungandithethisi ndisazama ukulungisa i-background yami, Mama Ngwenya.
No, that is all right, Mama Ngwenya. No worries.
Thanks, Chair.
Molo Baunana.
Molo Mhlekazi.
Good morning, honorable members of the Select Committee of the NCOP. As we had agenda our meeting to resume at 10 o'clock so that we can have all of you on board. We will now proceed with the APPs from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Want to welcome all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as those in the Select Committee in the NCOP. Honorable members, allow me to once again welcome the Honorable Minister, Mahmoud Didiza, as well as the Deputy Ministers, Umama Ukapa and Ubawo Squacha, and the officials of the department, as led by the DG Ntate Ramasodi. I will now hand over to the DG to present the APPs. Ntate Ramasodi, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Nkosi Mandela. And let me also thank the Chair of the Select Committee, Memudise, the honorable members of both the Portfolio Committee and also the Select Committee, Honorable Minister Didiza, Honorable Minister Deputy Minister Kapa, and Honorable Deputy Minister Squacha. The chairs of the boards of the councils and also the state entities that we have within the crawl of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the CEOs, my colleagues on the platform. We will be taking the committee, the joint committees on the presentation of the APPs of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. But it is very important, I think, in line with what the minister had indicated earlier on, honorable chairs, that we reflect also in terms of how this department is regulated through its value chain, including the current SOEs that you are having, that most of the work that the department is doing would be from a policy perspective, and implementation happens through the provincial space in most instances, and also happens through the operations that we have in the SOEs, whether it's the ARC, the PPCB, NMC, or even in this stage, the OBP. And as I refer in terms of the work that we are doing, I will be referring on other work that is being done in these spaces. And I think that the CEOs would be in a position to also buttress the issues that I will be referring to. The presentation that we will have, I thought I would ask from Ralph to project from his side, but I see that we might be having a challenge. Let me try and project from my side. The presentation would be highlighted on the areas. Ralphie, can I request that you projected the presentation? Would be outlining what we will be doing right through the 6 areas that we have from the department side. Honorable Chair, let me just indicate that this is the last deposition that we are having as a department on the MTSF that we started in 2019. That MTSF that has got 7 priorities and has got 81 areas of that we have got to intervene in. And we would like to take you through this, noting that right through this MTSF, there have been a few challenges that we have experienced. Firstly, looking at the triple Cs, that is COVID, which has interrupted most of the interventions that we have had in 2020, 2021, for the better part of 2021. We also had the conflict in Russia and Ukraine that has impacted negatively on the sector, specifically in terms of the high cost of inputs that South Africa is not endowed in some aspects of fertilizers that we are having, which we have got to import, fuel, for instance. We also had conflicts that happened in KZN, and also to a greater extent, the issues around climate change, which are huge issues that we are currently dealing with, that are impacting negatively in the sector, whether we have got droughts. And I think that as the ARC would be making their presentation, they'll be able to touch base on the impact of climate change in our sector. And all of a sudden, we'll also have floods, and that also happens almost in the space that we have in agriculture, land reform, and rural development. So noting all of those, and also the energy challenges that Minister had, the crafting of this APP is to respond to those. But it would not be proper for us not to respond to say, in a long term, when the NDP started, we had to have MTSF targets that we have got intervening on a 5-year period and looking at how do we move as a sector towards ensuring that these targets are being met. This last deposition, Chair, next slide, Ralph, you can go to slide 5 of the presentation, where we reflect in terms of the MTSF priorities that we will be concentrating on. And I know that the honorable members of the PC and the Select Committee are quite versed with this, but of importance that we have got to reflect on is the issue around economic transformation and job creation, where we have settled our presentation today on the key priorities that we have in terms of master plans, which are the social constructs and contracts that we have with the sector, to firstly look at the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, looking at the cannabis master plan, sugar master plan, and also the poultry master plan. And these are the axes on which most of these APPs would be revolving on, and where matters are not actually espoused within the APPs, they would be within the operational plans and reflected in all these master plans, because that's a very important aspect where we are. If not within the context of our NPPs, they will also be captured in the APPs of the sector SOEs, because we normally would channel funds to them to do some work together with the land bank, and also together with the IDC. We also want to focus on the issue around a better Africa and a better world, because that's basically where our trade aspects would come up, where our protocols would come up. And in this discussion, as we take through the portfolio committee and the select committee through our APPs, we will pause just to reflect on some of the developments that have happened in the space and how do we need to claw back as the country and the sector on these critical areas. I would now skip a few of the slides and go straight to slide 8, where we have got to look at what the president had indicated on the 9th of February in 2023, where the focus of the SONA was around load shedding, unemployment, poverty, and addressing the rising costs of living in our country, and crime and corruption. And as we reflect as a department on our deposition today, we have taken to heed what the president had indicated, that there is nothing new that has got to come in. All that we have got to do is to ensure that we implement the programs of government, but at the same time, take into cognizance that since the crafting of the MTSF in 2019, the ground has shifted, and noticing that that ground has shifted, how do we ensure that we respond as a department? Now, on slide 9, we reflect on the task team that we had on load shedding. That task team that is currently still busy with a lot of work, and take into consideration that within the sector, in terms of our own transition, the department has set aside 500 million to deal with short to medium term measures that are meant to resolve the energy challenges that we are having, and integrating the issues that had been pronounced in terms of incentives, in terms of rebates that have been outlined by the Minister of Finance, to ensure that this sector is future-proofed in terms of the energy challenges, and therefore ensuring that as we move ahead, we are not going to have food security challenges because of the issue around energy. That intrinsic linkage between energy and food security is very important, and therefore, as we discuss matters, the energy food security interface would be part and parcel of what we need to reflect on. On slide 10, we reflect on the areas of importance, specifically on the presidential employment stimulus. The two committees have been at length discussing this matter on how the interventions have happened and how we can address this issue on PESI per se, where we buy seeds, fertilizers, and equipment for the farmers. Granted, with all the challenges that we have had in terms of PESI, what is very important with independent views that came from economists in our sector is that we have been able, through these interventions, to bring back 300,000 hectares back into production. Is a small unit that you are having within the sector. That is something that we maybe as a department would have to look at, because this sector, in terms of the subsistence farmers, has been a sector or even a segment, pardon my language, a segment that we would have not necessarily looked at, but look at smallholders and commercial farmers. But that's the concentration that we need to be focusing on and ensuring that we bring more farmers through that level. If we have got to look at the statistics that we have within the sector, we have got 40,000 commercial farmers. We have got between 300 and 500,000 smallholder farmers. And we also have got 2.3 million households that are involved in agriculture. And if we have got to look at that 2.3 million households, you become aware that almost 17% of South Africans are involved, of households are involved in agriculture in one way or another. And PESI has been something that we have been able to then also bring them into production, and therefore dealing with the issues around food security. And one would want to see the current indices that are being utilized, the 2022 ones, once they come out, how the impact of PESI has been in the sector per se. We have got the cannabis master plan, quite a lot of work that needs to be done in this space. I have got to indicate that in this space, the biggest issue that we have got to deal with is with legislation. Tomorrow in the afternoon, we're having a meeting with SAPRA, just to ensure that the issues around legislation are being dealt with, so that we can be able to deal with hemp certification, which is one aspect that we think we will be able to ensure that at the end of this financial year, we are done with the hemp seed certification scheme. We have been able to ensure that the seeds that we have in the country have been characterized in terms of stability, in terms of the systems that we have, the US system, and we can be able to have a regulatory framework that would assist us to deal with cannabis, in hemp in this case, in our country. The next slide, in slide 11, We also go on to the 3 other master plans as indicated. But what is very important in terms of the master plans is just to ensure that at the center of the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, not repeating what we have said to both committees on this master plans, is transformation, moving the needle in terms of the participation of Black farmers within a particular commodity group to a level where we can say that we are achieving a transformation within the sector. I have got to say that there are areas that, like the livestock industry, where already 40% of livestock is in the hands of Black farmers. And that's one area where we have got to really push with the work that we are currently doing with the citrus industry that is quite good, including our blended finance, that we think that we will be able then to meet our transformation targets. So our 2023-2024 APPs from a level of the interaction within the sector would be very busy, especially from a blended finance point of view, in trying to deal with transformation within agriculture and agro-processing master plan. Within the sugar master plan, we are aware of the challenges that we are currently having, where some of the providers in the sugar industry are unable to then pay over the funding in terms of SASSA. We are aware that there is just under $1.9 billion to be exact, that needs to go through to SASSA in order to deal with aspects of the Black farmers. So the Sugar Master Plan is meant to address these issues, and the funding that we have in terms of addressing these issues, the different pillars within the Sugar Master Plan are going to ensure that we deal with these issues. Some of those would be ensuring that there's sustainable production, and that production would be done through the provision of inputs. Regarding the Poultry Master Plan, one of the articles that was very prominent during the course of this weekend was that even chicken feed are expensive these days. And this area of work in terms of ensuring that we massify production within South Africa and ensuring that we also cushion the poultry industry, something that we have got to look at and ensure that we have got 3,600 jobs within the sector. So there's a focus that we are going to have. But part of that focus is to ensure that we also have got diversified systems that would also allow us to export some of our expensive portions and ensure that those portions would be dealt with within the aspect of Program 4 when we make our presentation. Going straight into the presentation now, into Program 1 on slide 14, the targets that you are having are targets around the unqualified audit opinion. Honorable members would know that we had an opinion last year where we were qualified as a department, and part of that qualification was around how we dealt with the issue on recap, the recapitalization funds that we are having. We are dealing with those issues just to ensure that we get an unqualified audit opinion. We had also a few areas that we had to deal with that were identified by the Auditor General. And the Auditor General was very emphatic that we needed to deal with those areas. And we are currently dealing with, we have currently dealt with most of those areas. And in our engagements with the Auditor General, we are looking forward to getting that audit based on whether the progress that we have made with the Auditor General would be considered to be worthy of that unqualified audit, knowing that the Auditor General does this work independently and ensuring that everything that is coming out of there is a fair reflection. But that is something that we are working on in terms of our unqualified audit. We're also looking forward to the payment of our invoices within 30 days. And this is one stubborn area that we are looking at. We are dealing with a problem of percentages. And in no way, shape, or form are we making excuses, but we are saying we have been hovering around 97, 98%, and this year our focus is on delivering the 100% because that's what we need to do. And part of that challenge that we have identified, because we have got quite a huge geographical spread, is just to ensure that through our standard operating procedures, we can be able to stem the tide and ensure that that 2-3% that we are having, that is an outlay in terms of our work, would be captured. Those are the two targets that we are having for administration. In program 2, and I'll spend some time here because program 2 works very close with the ARC, it works very closely with the OBP, it works very closely with the PPCB, and to some extent works very closely with the NMC. And I would like to just highlight, before going into the deliverables for this year, highlight some of the work that we are doing with these entities. Firstly, within the ARC enclave, there's an issue around ensuring that our FMD vaccine factories back into production. This is part and parcel of what was identified within the biosecurity task team and some of the work that we need to do so that we can deal with the issue of over-reliance on other countries supplying our vaccines, and we can ensure that the vaccine that is being supplied here is efficacious to our system. The second issue that I thought was very important with the ARC was the engagements that we are having on climate change, and with specific reference to climate smart agriculture, which is being led by the ARC and financed by the department to a great extent, to ensure that we can be able to respond and ensure that we meet our targets that we made with the Paris Agreement. I think it's also important that with the ARC and the NMC, there is an engagement that we are having on the National Red Meat Development Program that is meant to ensure that, firstly, I think the issue that the chair of the portfolio committee, Honorable Mandela, had always said is to ensure that those areas where we have got FMD, ensure that there is a market there. So that's the articulation that we will be having to ensure that we have got feedlots, we have got abattoirs in areas where we have got FMD, so that we can deal with the issue of spreading the risk where people would want to go to markets that are outside of these areas. I think it's also important in terms of the reflection that we are having on OBP, that one of the areas that would be topical is an issue around availability of vaccines. And I think that Minister in the introduction had dealt with it. But what is important is that the department is supporting the OBP to ensure that the OBP can really sustain our head health and ensure that it's a sustainable industry that we are having. The livestock industry, the biggest industry that we have in our sector. We also want to reflect on the work that we are doing with the PPCB, especially on the exports of agricultural commodities. In this case, we're dealing with the crop side of issues, ensuring that we maintain our markets with the challenges that we are having in the EU and the work that we are doing there. So I just needed to cover that work. You might not see it in the APPs, but there is work that is going to be reported elsewhere, but the funding would be channeled through this program, and that is program 2. But in terms of program 2, on the deliverables that we have got the hemp certification scheme that we are going to develop to ensure that this scheme would cover those who have been in this business for long, and ensure that this scheme would characterize all the seeds that we are having, so that South Africa in its formation can be able to be the driver of the very same value chain that we are talking about, because the dependency on any value chain is on the input, and the input side in this case would be on the seed certification scheme, which we need to complete by the end of the financial year. Now, one of the areas that we have brought to Parliament was in terms of the protection of agricultural land in form of a legislation. But what we are already doing in terms of Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act, we're already working on delineated protected agricultural areas. And we have identified 3 provinces for grazing protection areas. that is Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng, and from there we will spread to other processes to ensure that there is spatial delineation of the work that is being done. This is very important because it's part and parcel of how do we ensure that we have got climate smart responses to the issues that are plaguing our sector. We also have got a target, I think, that we have been dealing with, a performance indicator that we have been dealing with over some time. And I can safely say that this is one of the surveillances that is actually ensuring that we have got access to market. Now, what you are seeing here, honorable members, is what we call active surveillances. In the world of plant protection, you also have got passive surveillances where you have got traps and you can be able, or even surveillance mechanisms that can be able to check whether you have got new pests in an area. And from there, once you move from a passive surveillance, if you detect something, then you can go into delimiting surveys and say, this is what we are dealing with. So we will continue with the issue around dealing with the exotic fruit fly. We will also continue with the work that we are doing on the sterile insect technique that we have in the sector. We will do a citrus greening survey and banana bunchy top virus, which is threatening our banana plantations, especially in northern KZN bordering Mozambique. On slide 17, we reflect on the animal health disease risk surveillance that we are going to conduct. And this has always been here, partly because two of these diseases that we have, CBPP and PPR, we have got certification that we are free of those and we need to maintain that certification. But in terms of FMD, which really is one of those that we have got to deal with, it's something that we have got to do because of the spread of FMD to 6 other areas where we never had FMD, 6 other provinces where we never had FMD. But what is important, and apart from provinces and also areas, it's how we respond to FMD holistically, in line with the recommendations that came from the biosecurity task team, to ensure that we deal with this once and for all. In terms of our statistics, we lost between 2021 and 2022. We lost 12% of our exports, both fresh beef and also frozen beef, due to FMD. And this is one area where we are concentrating on, especially in our areas in Mpumalanga, in Limpopo, and in KZN, to ensure that we deal with the issues that are there. And also closing out the areas where we had the incursions of FMD. So part and parcel of this element of dealing with animal disease risks is to ensure that there is full implementation, as the minister has indicated, of the recommendations that came from the biosecurity task team. Few issues that minister is dealing with, but we are confident that we'll be able to deal with it. The next level of engagement is in terms of our responses to the energy challenges. And we thought we should start very small in dealing with integrated bioenergy technologies, in this case, biogas, and start very small and ensure that within a context of dealing with the energy challenges, we can be able to supply both small holder farmers and our subsistence farmers with technologies that can respond to the energy challenges. And we are very confident that we'll be able to implement the 13 sites and ensure that we can report back and scale up once we are successful in terms of this area. So I will then move to program 3. And program 3 is a conglomerate of a few areas of importance. Firstly, we have got the issue around food security and agrarian reform nestled in this program. And then secondly, we have got land reform in all its forms, restitution, we have got redistribution, and we have got a tenure reform all in one. So as I go through this, I will touch base on all of those areas that are there. Most of the targets that we have here are targets that we had in the past. But in terms of identifying and ensuring that we can be responding to the elements as they impact in terms of our strategy, or what we call adaptive strategies, there are a few that I will just have to highlight. One of those, it's in terms of the number of CPAs that we have got to train on governance. I think the minister and deputy ministers have been painstakingly going province by province and engaging with CPAs. And what is quite open and transparent is that the governance processes within the CPAs may not be understood. And one of the interventions that we are having is to ensure that the members are trained on governance and they are able to be accountable to the CPA instead of the executives being themselves the CPAs. The second element that we thought, and maybe in terms of this, is a reflection that we would have hoped that at this stage, the full transfer of colleges to the national department would have happened. But there were a few issues from a financial perspective and from a consultation perspective that could not be concluded. But what we are looking at is to ensure that we have got 800 students that are enrolled at our agricultural colleges. I think this is just a minuscule part of the graduates that we enroll. On any given year, we have got almost 5,000 graduates that come from agriculture, but the 800 that are having practical experience and doing the practicals on a daily basis, we would want to have 800 in terms of the 2023-2024 year. And what we also need to do is to ensure that right through, there is a pipeline that we can develop in terms of these potential farmers, because at the college, there's a quite of implementation of practicals that can lead to these farmers, really as youth also, as women that come out of these colleges, to simply qualify in terms of the beneficiary selection and land allocation policy that Cabinet had approved in 2020. We are also looking at the number of farms supported through the Land Development Support Program, a program that has replaced RECAP. We are aware as a department that we have just redistributed over 5 million hectares. And in terms of the engagements, we have got 66 farms that we are refocusing on. But through extension and engagements with our provincial, we hope that we will be able to expand the number of farms that we are actually engaging in. We also have got the spread in terms of how we are going to be assisting in terms of the LDS, and how LDS in the long run would be an engagement program where we will be able to deal with our farmers who are on land that is leased to them. I think in the engagements with the portfolio committee regarding the land, we had indicated that the minister, together with the presidency, is working on a program where we would want as a department to yield the land to farmers who are compliant. And we hope that we will be able to release those title deeds to compliant farmers once the program has been addressed. And therefore, it's an exciting time in terms of the new financial year going forward. The next slide, slide 20, we still have got our responses in terms of the two areas that I have indicated. Honorable members would be aware that in terms of our land reform programs, the first one on number of hectares that are allocated is a redistribution matter that we are looking forward to having just over 42,000 hectares allocated. And we are confident because even this year, with the target that we have had, we have managed to exceed that target. And we are also looking at the differentiation that we have brought in terms of redistribution, where we want to settle 349 claims of the old order claims And we also want to finalize 406 of these claims. And we have also given over the quarterly basis so that we can be measured on our progress, the quarterly output that we are having on the two areas of importance. And I think for me, if we have got to refocus and look at these two, plus the issue around the tenure and the work that the special master is doing, we will be able to do some good work in terms of the land reform space. Ralph, if you can just go to slide 21, and honorable members, we have not stopped in terms of the engagements, just to ensure that there is accountability and there is expectation management coming from the oversight committees, including the select committee and also the portfolio committee. We have given the breakdown in terms of the number of CPA executive committee members that we want to train of governance, 99 in the Eastern Cape, and ending off with 46 in the Western Cape. So that would be what we are actually doing. We're breaking it down in terms of the quarterly targets, but we're also breaking it down to ensure that there is a clear delineation on a provincial landscape to say what is that we'll be doing for each and every province. Similarly, on slide 22, we have got a reflection in terms of the farms that are supported through land development support, and that breakdown is there for the portfolio committee and the select committee to see. Honorable chairs, on slide 23, we follow the very same pattern to reflect on the number of hectares that would be allocated and going through, right through with the work that we are doing. And I think what we might just need to explain is an issue around the Northern Cape.
10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Chair. We need to reflect on the Northern Cape. As you would know that it's a vast area. The carrying capacity within the Northern Cape is quite vast, and therefore you would see that there are a lot of hectares that are excluded to be allocated in the Northern Cape. So we just needed to give that context in terms of the carrying capacity, but also noting that we have got very fertile areas along the Orange River in the Northern Cape, where there is very good crop production that is happening in and around the space. We also do the same on slide 24, taking through the issues of land restitution, and similarly on slide 25. Let me go to slide 27, where we reflect on rural development. And I think what is very important is a quantum leap that we have taken as a department to ensure that this year we reflect on the NARISEC program, where we will have 4,500 NARISEC youth that would be trained, but we're not training them only. 621 would also reflect, honorable chairpersons, on the linking to the job opportunities that we are having. So there's that element of linkage between training and the placements. And we also want to support entrepreneurship through 622, where we have got to support them through business development, right through the areas that we are involved in and the SOEs are involved in. On 631, we also reflect on the infrastructure projects that we need to complete. Now, part of these infrastructure projects might not be agricultural. It's very broad. We include in this rural roads that we have looked at after the floods. There are fences that we have got to deal with in terms of our biosecurity plan, in terms of our crop production systems that we need to put in place. There are animal handling facilities in terms of this infrastructure development. So broadly, we will deal with it in that way. But this is exclusive because we also have got interventions that we are making with the provincial departments on the very same matters. And these have been dealt with through our various programs, including CASP and Ilima Letsema. And we are looking forward to ensuring that the offshoots that we are having in this area of infrastructure development, including irrigation in other areas that we have indicated, would be able to jolt this sector into a new realm. The next slide, where we refocus ourselves, is just to indicate where do we need to ensure that we get the NARISEC youth from. And there will be a fair spread in terms of all the provinces in terms of the NARISEC youth, and that would be our contribution in terms of youth development. And I will touch base later on other areas. There's also on slide 29, the engagements in terms of linkages to jobs. There might be that concentration in terms of Gauteng as the hub, and other areas where we have got to ensure that as we move ahead, we keep the rural-urban migration. And you can see in terms of Gauteng is that element around where you have got most of economic activity happening. And I think the very same reflection would be in other areas. On slide 30, we also reflect on the number of young people that would be supported with businesses. We give that clear outline of where we would be. And we do likewise in terms of our infrastructure projects on slide 31, Honorable Chair. I'll then move to the next program, which is Economic Development, Trade and Marketing. It also has got a little bit of rural development in its formation, and that's something that we are dealing with from a departmental point of view in our fit for purpose structure to ensure that there is better alignment of work within a space so that we don't become reiterative or repetitive in our approach. But in terms of that, we're looking at cooperatives, and it's the number of agricultural cooperatives that we are going to train. It's 108 for the for this financial year. We're also looking at the percentage of our agri-BE applications that we have got to assess, that all of them would be assessed. And what we need to do, what we have also noted is that most of the non-compliances, whether it's with the IDC, agri-BE or land bank, is because of the maybe our work as the department to ensure that we also ensure that we burn the candle from both sides, ensure that there is compliance, train our farmers to ensure that they can be able to fill these forms, and us as a department also assisting them. So we are looking at that assessment. And then the last issue, we have made a presentation on the farmer production support unit, which will be the axis on which we think that we will be able to do one program that Minister had indicated in the introduction, because part of the land that we want to revitalize is in communal areas. And since most of our FPSUs are in communal areas, we are looking at utilizing them as a source of ensuring that there are agricultural inputs, there are agricultural implements that we can utilize, and therefore our mechanization would be able to respond to the issues that are needed in communal areas. And that's the work that we are going to do in this space. Next slide, on slide 34. We're also looking at agricultural, at enterprises, both agricultural and non-agricultural, whether it's a sewing engagement, whether it's a non-agricultural enterprise that is in a rural space, because our work goes beyond agriculture. And therefore, we are looking at 80 non-agricultural enterprises, 87 agriculture, with a slant towards agriculture, because most of the work in the rural space would be agriculture. But we are also looking at just ensuring that there's parity in terms of the work that we are doing, but at the same time, not encroaching on other areas of work. You would also be aware that we have got the Mafisa programs where we offer soft loans. We are looking at how do we relook at this area of work. And I know that Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mandela, we still owe you a full report on Mafisa. But what we are going to do is that we are going to ensure that the agents that we are going to have are going to be distributing the funding around Mafisa.
3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, will be done, Honorable Chair. And then we also dealing with the issue around the capacitating of areas in agricultural marketing. Now, the next slide would be how do we deal with the trade issues? And most of these issues would be in terms of trade agreements, in terms of ensuring that we have got multilateral commitments, and also in terms of the bilateral agreements that we are going to have, whether it's the South-South or North-South, that's something that we have got to look at. And for me, it's very important to highlight that within the various aspects that we have engaged in, we have got areas that we have already targeted, for instance, China avocados, South Korea, table grapes and avocados, Japan avocados and pears, and also looking at the US for avocados. So that line of alignment with all the issues that we have outlined are already in a pipeline. Slides 36 and 37 would capture, and 38 would capture the geographical spread of the areas that I have reported on, and I will then go to program 6 in the next minute that is left, relate to the issues on slide 41 to say land administration is very important for our department. Honorable members would have seen what a miscommunication coming from the department could do to the whole sector, just upsetting the apple cart. As you look at the DIST registry, I'm happy to announce that the Pretoria DIST office is functional. And as indicated in the last week, there were a few miscommunication issues that we have dealt with. And we would like to apologize to South Africans and to all those who deal with this office for that miscommunication, but it's functional. And we are looking at improvements in terms of the DIST office, just ensuring that we compress the number of days in terms of from lodgement up to making the DIST available, and also ensuring that one has got their DIST registration in 10 days after they have dealt with it. Registration. We're also looking at ensuring that we can deal with the National Special Development Framework that was approved by Cabinet last year. And we are looking at engagements at various levels to ensure that we have got the action areas that would be dealt with. The last of the slides that we have, Honorable Chair, would be around how do we deal with the issues around the geomatics in the department, and how do we ensure that we avail information, correct information to each and every person who's within the sector, starting from the maps that we provide, and lastly with the engagements in terms of the global navigation satellite systems in our systems. And with this, Chair, we think that as a department, we will be able to conclude the MTSF and meet the targets that we have set ourselves for this APP. Thank you very much, Chair. That is the presentation from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Thank you, Ntate Ramasodi, the DG of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honorable members, allow me to invite the CFO of the department, Sadiki. You may proceed. 10 minutes and counting.
Good morning, Chair and members, DG and colleagues. Thank you.
You may switch on your video.
Okay. This is just the outline of the presentation. Next slide. This is what the DG has been presenting on. This where the CLNE submission to the National Treasury. Next page. Next page. This is the allocation letter that we received from the National Treasury. If go back,
Mesadiki, are you there?
previous slide.
Can
I'm
you
here.
repeat that? We didn't hear a word you said. You were frozen.
No, they had jumped the allocation letter from the National Treasury. We've got an year, and next year it grows to 18.1 billion, and in 2025 it becomes 8.9 billion. Of that, we've got the baseline increases that we have received. And the baseline, we've got a baseline increase of compensation of employees due to the increase in COE budget, cost of living adjustment. Then we have a foreign government and international organizations, 400,000 that relates to SPLUM. We've got machinery and equipment and non-profit institutions that have also equally received the baseline increases. We also have increases on provinces and municipalities and goods and services. Equally so, we had reductions that came through on departmental agencies and accounts. There is a reduction that came for ALA, and we also have households decreases, interest and rent on land decreases, and public corporations that decreased to make a way for an increase in baseline. The conditional grants, there were adjustments that saw the increase in conditional grants, and the function shifts. We've got the Border Management Authority, where there's shifting of officials and the related budgets that needed to be shifted while we're shifting the program 2 that relates to inspections and quarantines to the Border Management Authority. And the last one would be the MTF allocation that relates to the earmarked or conditional grants that goes to the provincial departments of agriculture. Next slide. On the human resource, we have made one adjustment that is not reflective here, and that is the adjustment of the Border Management Authority. The function that is shifting to the BMA on program 2, that 174 excludes the 372 officials that are moving to the Border Management Authority. So if we look currently, we've got 6,949 officials in the department that are currently warm bodies. We have got to reduce the head count by 787 plus 372 of the border management. The reduction is purely so that we can fit within the allocated budget of the COE, being 3.8 billion, reducing from about 4.2 billion per annum to 3.8 billion. So we've got to ensure that there is a equal reduction in headcount, and that means that there are certain positions that will not be filled as they become vacant or as natural attrition happens or contracts are terminated. When they expire, we might not be able to fill those positions. Next slide. This is just the initial headcount, what makes up the 6,900 plus that I've just indicated in the previous slide per program. Next slide. This is the headcount per levels And of course, we had not adjusted for the BMA at the time when we were preparing the E&E. We only adjusted the budget. So there is still some levels here would go down because of the 372 that are moving to the BMA. Next slide. Next slide. This is the budget per program. Administration is having a 17% allocation of the total 17.3 billion. Then we go to program 2, which is the agriculture production, biosecurity and natural resource management. 14% goes to that work at 2.3 billion. And then on food security, land reform and restitution, we've got 55% of the budget going into that work of land reform and food security at 9.4 billion. Next. On rural development, they get 6% of the budget at 957 million. Economic development, trade and marketing, they get 5% at 864 million. Land administration, they've got 4% at 708 million, and that's how the total budget of 17.2 billion is made up, with those programs that GG has been presenting on in detail on how this money will be used per program. Next item. This is just how the budget is sliced in terms of the programs. And you can see a bigger, even more than 50%, 55% just going to land reform and food security, and the rest between the different programs. Next item. Sorry, I did not see that I was, I pressed by mistake. On economic classification, COE is 22% at 3.8 billion. Goods and services at 21%. Can you hear me? Okay. On goods and services, we've got 3.6 billion, equating to 21%. That goods and services does include monies that are allocated for service delivery on rural development and economic development, trade and marketing. On departmental agencies and accounts, 2.4 billion, that is where the ARC, NAMC, and ALRRD and Ingonyama Trust Board are sitting at 2.4 billion. We've got foreign governments and international organs just below 1% at 48 billion. Households are 3.9 billion, equating to 23%. There we find the land reform budget is sitting there, and the restitution budget is sitting there. Provincial and local governments, 2.4 billion or 14%. That is our conditional grants plus the rates and taxes. On public corporations and entities, we've got 456 million. This is the allocation for your land bank. On building and other fixed structures, 446 million. We'll also find the allocation for rural development in infrastructure. It's sitting there. That's why it looks
Can you conclude?
more. Machinery and equipment is 65 million, and software and
conclude?
intangible at the 17.2 budget. Next item. As I conclude, next item. Next. These are the PSSC of the 17.3 billion, 7.1 billion goes to the PSSC, and that's the economic classification. Can you quickly go to the grants, conditional grants? Next item. Next item. These are the grants, land care at 86 million. Next, Ilimalizima 620 million. Next, CASP infrastructure at 1.2 billion. And next, CASP extension at 309 million. Next, and the colleges at 95 million. I will leave it here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mamu Sadiki. Honorable members, that's the APP on the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Before we hop into comments and questions of clarity, allow me, honorable members, to invite also the Commission of Land Rights, Umamu Koboto, so we can take the two presentations jointly on questions. Mamu Koboto.
Oh, you want this?
I can give him to.
No, maybe I did it. No, this is present.
You may present. Go ahead.
Good morning to the chairperson of the committee and to the principals as well as the honorable members. Chair, I am not sure whether you want me to do the whole presentation, because if you listen to the DG earlier, he presented our targets in his presentation.
Mamu Koboto, you are the commissioner of the land rights, and the DG is the DG to the department. So we wanted to get from the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights to take us on board on what their plans are. You may just give a high-level overall presentation and not touch much on what the DG dwelled on. So be brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will do so. I will ask Ralph if you can just go with me in terms of the slides. We are discussing the annual performance plans. And so if you go to the next slide, Ralph, please, as we next. Next slide, please, Ralph. Chair, I apologize, Chair. I am being load shedded here and I'm going to do my best. Next slide, please, Ralph.
Baukapa, please
Thank you
mute
very
your
much.
microphone.
Chair, what I will be talking about in this slide is just to give you a sense of the performance of the Commission over the beginning of its life to December 2022, to say that we've settled 82,761 claims. And we have restored 3.8 million hectares of land at a cost of 25 billion. We have paid financial compensation of 21 billion to the claimants, and we have impacted 452,829 households, 174,000 of those being female-headed household and 1,240 being with persons with disabilities. Next slide. And this is our performance indicator, and we have three outputs, which is the claims recommended for settlement, land claims settled, and land claims finalized. As you are aware, Chair, the difference between land claims settled and land claims finalized is that settlement is an approval by the minister in terms of Section 42D of the Restitution Act, and finalized means that if we're acquiring land, we have transferred the land into the names of the community. And if it's financial compensation, that we've paid every cent that is due to the beneficiaries. That is what we would consider to be settled, to be finalized. The targets are there. I'm not going to go into them because the DG has already done so. Next slide. And that's just a breakdown per quarter. Next slide. And we break this down further in terms of settlement and per province. But what is important, Chairperson, is for you to note that the claims that are the highest provinces with the highest number of outstanding claims is KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. And with the least claims outstanding is Free State, and Northern Cape, but Northwest has a few claims in terms of numbers of claims outstanding, but they have a high volume of hectares that are still outstanding. So the targets then are aligned to the number of claims that are still outstanding. Just to mention, Chair, as well, that with the Free State, we have now partnered Free State with the Eastern Cape. So the officials in the Free State are now officially supporting officials in the Eastern Cape in order for us to deal with the claims that are outstanding in the Eastern Cape. Next slide, please. And that's the number of finalized, still the same obtains. Next slide. Next slide. This deals with the budget that is allocated to the Commission, and please, next slide. What we have here is the revised baseline that we have been allocated. Previous slide, please. Thank you. Is that we have been allocated for this financial year 3.9 billion for all our overall. This is where we acquire land and pay financial compensation. Goods and services is at 238 million. This is where we pay for services like research, verification, and the likes. And as you see, the compensation of employees is 406 million in the current, and then we also show you the outer years. Next slide. Yeah, this is still the same. Next slide. Chair, just to mention that it's important for us to say, if you look at the baseline for households, we have 3.2 billion. And it's important that the amount of money that is allocated for us to acquire the land is in line with the amount of money that we need for goods and services, as well as for compensation of employees. Because currently, as it stands, we have a lot of money that's sitting on households, which is acquisition budget. We find ourselves battling in the context of compensation of employees. It becomes very difficult because in order for you to be able to be efficient and effective, you need to have the right forms of employees that are there. This just gives you a structure of the commission. Chief Land Claims Commissioner, you've got 9 provincial heads that support the commission. And then you've got the various finance, quality assurance, policy, legal. That was just to give you a sense of how we sit. Next slide. We've already indicated that this is the same that as I've indicated. The post of the Deputy Land Claims Commissioner is in the process of being filled.
Honorable members, please mute your microphones. Honorable Makene, Buitumelo Makene, please mute your microphone. Makene, please mute your
Thank
microphone.
you very much, Chair. This is just a slide, Chair, that gives you a sense of the staff complement in the commission. It is important for us to mention that at the start, the commission had an establishment which was approved under version 2.9 of the department, and the overall capacity was supposed to be 1,442. As it stands now, with all of the changes over time, the collapsing of the 2 departments, and the commission has currently a total of 769 approved funded posts, which means that we are sitting at really less than half of what we need. And the fact that the commission had 1.4 staff at the inception and now has only 769 gives you a sense of some of the serious challenges that we face, because at the beginning, the commission was still just dealing with vetting of the claims, trying to segregate and investigate. But right now we're sitting with dealing with all of the business flow from inception to getting to a finalization of the claim. And you would have expected that the structure would have then aligned with the need, and instead it's gone downward. And so that has an impact on the pace of settling and on the quality of the claims. We currently have sitting at a vacancy rate of 11%. And we are really trying to see if we can get more staff, but we are trying to use what we have, which is why we're saying that in the Free State, we've been able to negotiate with the staff for them to assist the Eastern Cape in the meantime. Next slide. That's just the breakdown of our staff, female to male. And Chair, thank you very much. We will take questions on whatever else, Chair, that is there that the committee might need to ask. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mamu Komoto. That's the Commissioner, honorable members of on restitution of land rights. We will now open the session for questions of clarity and comments. Allow me, honorable members, to request that all of those that wish to pose questions of clarity or comments, please do raise your hands so it can make it easy for myself and the honorable chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Mudise, to be able to identify you. Honorable Mudise, any questions of clarity, comments? Honorable Mudise. Thank you, honorable members. I see the hand of Honorable Winnie. Please proceed. Honorable Winnie, please proceed. Honorable Ntate Masipa, please proceed. There I see Honorable Winnie coming online. Please proceed, Honorable Winnie.
Can comrade proceed, comrade? Rakekile la kancane itangene umunye ngizolo ngene emva kwakhe.
All right, that is fine, Honorable Winnie. Honorable Ntate Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, please allow me to not put the camera on because of the network instability here. Chair, first of all, I just want to welcome the presentation by the DG and the opening remarks by the Minister, and a greeting to the two deputy ministers and our colleagues and the department officials. Chair, I must say that I'm quite impressed with this department, that they have made it clear and known that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is one of the problems that we are sitting with regards to the challenges that we are facing now. I see it's noted in section 4.1, external environment analysis. I must say, Minister and the department, thank you for really noting that. We really welcome that note that you acknowledge the challenges that have been faced by our country and the world as a result of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Chair, I thought let me start with a couple of legislation environments or space in terms of addressing my questions to the DG and his department. Starting with the Agriculture Debt Management Act, these are legislation that are cited by the department as they provide us with their APP. This particular legislation indicates that it is to provide for the administration of this act, to establish the agricultural debt account, to provide for use of the account as a mechanism to manage agricultural debt, and also administers money in this account, and also provide for the auditing and reporting on the account. Also provide for matters relating to debt agreements, interest rates, and the collection and writing of debts. I'm just quoting a few, Chair. But further, Chair, I think we do not really have anything to engage in this regard. And I would really appreciate, Chair, if the department can really assist in terms of when they prepare their APP to please share with us this particular information that are cited in the Act. But I think the one problem with this particular Act, it has got a note here that says Colored Farmers Assistance Law, means the Colored Farmers Assistance of 1973. So all in all, this Act, while it was, call it amended, number 45 of 2001, it still refers to, colored farmers and so on. So, Chair, I think it is important that the department also look at the legislations that we have got in place, whether they are relevant or not relevant. If they are not relevant, they must be repealed, and we must amend to make sure that they are relevant. And I'm coming to Agricultural Law Extension Act 1996, which refers to Minister of this portfolio's Minister of Agriculture. And it talks about affected areas of Gazangulu, Kangwana, Kwandebele, Leboa, and so forth. So, Chair, I'm raising these matters because if we don't get our policy guidelines that are guiding the department in terms of doing what they are doing, we're always going to get it wrong. Because in every APP, Chair, we are hearing same messages again and again that are not addressing the issues that we are raising. Another act, Chair, is around the Animal Disease Management Act, and talks about quarantine station for accommodation of animals and things which are in terms of the act required or permitted to be detained and isolated. Chair, I'm not going to read the act incomplete, but the act, basically what it says is that the department must have this quarantine and accommodation station in order to manage, the biosecurity that is being mentioned. While DG mentioned, about the biosecurity ministerial task team report and all those kind of stuff, we have never really had sight or indication about this quarantine and accommodation of animals. And I know that in a number of cases, private sectors are impounded or are stopping, cattle being moved from the FMD zone into non-FMD zones with no department on the ground to really do the work, or the police to do the work. So, Chair, I just want to really maybe request that the department give us a brief around this quarantine station, this accommodation of animals in management of the disease, and especially the controlled disease. Further, this legislation, the disease management, talks about the reporting of controlled disease. In the APP, obviously, there's a broad definition of what we are going to do, from biosecurity, surveillance, and everything. But I think key really, Chair, is the management and obviously, the penalties that goes with those that are violating this spreading of diseases in the country. And if I look at this legislation in terms of penalties, they're still at 5,000, or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years or 5 years or whatever, the amount of time. But I think this, Chair, it's important that this legislation are repealed or amended in order really to address the current issues that we are faced with. Chair, the last one on the legislation that I want to address, and which I would have loved the minister to be here. This is the issue of honest-to-God biological products, Incorporation Act 1990. Chair, it's over 10 years now that we have been having a problem at OBP in terms of the production of vaccines. The question for me, Chair, isn't it time that OBP allowed the private sector to procure some of the services in order to provide the vaccine? If you look at this particular act, it says, any alteration of share capital referred to in paragraph A shall be affected with the approval of the minister and in accordance with the guideline of the Office of Public Enterprise and National Framework agreement. So the minister has got the power. The minister can initiate alteration of share capital if she wants to, in order to really serve our animal. Does the department have to wait until it's probably taken to court in order to address this animal disease problems that we are really experiencing? On a daily basis, people are complaining. Horse farmers are really, really feeling it at the moment. I can report to you, Chair, that at the moment, KwaZulu-Natal, in the 11 districts, I think they're running just under 300 in terms of horses that are dying. And when you engage them, what they say is, we came from little vaccines to no vaccines. Chair, this must worry us as a portfolio committee that are overseeing, that are supposed to conduct this oversight. Eastern Cape, where you are from, I think we're
running.
Can we
conclude, Ntate Masipa? Can we conclude?
Chair, you know, the time is too short, and that's why I really question the that this is supposed to be a joint sitting, while we prepare to be a sitting that we will be able to engage the department. Chair, I'm going to conclude, but I have got more questions to ask. Can I ask you that you give me another opportunity to follow through with the rest of the questions that I did not ask? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntate Masipa. The Honorable Winnie.
Thanks, Chair, and apologize, Chair. I was struggling to fix my background. It was not right. Thanks very Chair for giving me this opportunity to ask these questions. Honorable Chairperson, after reading the presentation and listening to the input of the political leadership, I have the following question to ask, Chair. One, the landform is centrally to meeting the goals of the Freedom Charter. I want to check, Chair, how many women and youth shall benefit through the land dispersion and return reform. Yes, Billy Chair, want to check what intervention plans does the department have to access the land reform program? The third question, Chair, I want to check that is it the department on track in terms of the meeting the objective of the National Development Plan and Sustainable Development goals? If yes, what plans does the department has in place to ensure that it achieve the goals of NDP and SDGs? Chair, also about 34% of the population of the country reside in rural areas. Chair, I wanted to check department has a plan to support.
Honorable Winnie, you are not audible. Can you repeat that? Honorable Winnie, you are not audible. Can you repeat that?
In rural
Honorable Winnie, please find another place. Your network is very poor. You are not audible. Please find another area. You are not audible. Let us move on, honorable members. The Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, please allow me not to switch on my video as well. Chairperson, I have 2 questions. You know, back in the day, particularly in homelands, we had a very useful resource called extension officers. Little do you see these days of that resource, particularly in rural areas where I come from, in Alice in the Eastern Cape. The few extension officers that are in our area spend 95% of their time in the office, no longer having boots on the ground. I would want to check with the Department of Agriculture as to what exactly is the plan insofar as this resource is concerned. How is the performance of each officer is actually measured? The second one goes to the commissioner. You know, when she said, Madiba, they're running at just under 50% of what is supposed to be their staff complement, I shivered because she is heading a very crucial state entity, which, if not properly handled, can explode and plunge our country into a crisis. As you will know, the land issue is quite an issue in our country. How do they hope to achieve their objectives if they are running at under 50%? And what are their plans in trying to get a full staff complement? It is inexcusable, Chairperson, as I said, that this very important organ of our state is running at under 50%. What are the impediments and what do they think could be the end result if they continue to operate at the level at which they are? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. The Honorable Lindiwe Bibi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to you, Chairperson, and also your co-chair, to the Minister, Mam Titiza, and her deputies, Mam Kapa and Mbabu Skwacha. Members of both committees and also officials led by DG Ngembingelela. Chairperson, firstly, I would like to applaud the department for the sterling job that they are doing on the grassroots level, and especially on service deliveries. And you could see them everywhere on the disaster or non-disaster places. I would like to commend the department for that. I've got 2 questions, Chairperson. The first one is, we know that the department is aligned to the government priorities, and of the 7 government priorities as outlined in the medium-term strategic framework, is building a capable, ethical, and development state. Now, my question, Chairperson, is how is the department planning to achieve this priority in relation to the program 1? Second question, Chairperson, is that in the past years, the department has reported that it was grappling with challenges of community property institutions. And in an attempt to resolve these challenges, I just want to know, Chairperson, whether the department has audited the CPAs. If yes, how many CPAs has been established? and registered, especially nationally, and also from KZN province, where I come from? And also, how will the department support the CPAs during the current financial year in order to be compliant with the Act and to strengthen oversight? Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Mamu Baby. Honorable members, if you've asked your questions, please lower your hands so you can make it easy for myself and Honorable Modise to be able to identify the remaining speakers. Honorable Mbabama.
Thank you, Chair. Please allow me to say all protocol observed. Like Ntate Masipa, I have quite a number of questions. I have written you a note in our group, so I will just prioritize a few and hope that we'll be given an opportunity to submit others as well, because I feel this is quite critical. On the back of Ntate Masipa talking legislation, I'd just like to raise the fact that this is the final year of the 2019-2024 plan. And I am worried that there is some legislation that is outstanding that we might not be able to finalize by the end of this financial year that we're talking about. Example of this legislation is a Rural Development Framework Policy, a Communal Land Tenure Policy, electronic, no, that one has gone through. The land redistribution policy, and I'm sure there are others as well. So in short, can we just ask the department, please, if they can give us a status of all legislation, whether it's policy or bills that are outstanding, if they can just give us a list of those and tell us when are they going to be coming to Parliament. And then secondly, Chair, in Program 3, under Food Security and Agrarian Reform, this program has received the second largest budget allocation of 2 billion after its restitution. And yet there are no clear and specific targets that speak to food security. I would just like to ask the department if they can explain to us how they define and measure food security. And then, Chair, I'll be jumping up and down as I've written them. Let me start with, sorry, Chair, I'm just looking at my notes here. In terms of the CPAs, I see that the target has changed from training the CPAs, which means all the CPA members, to just training the executive. And I'm not sure whether the time frame that the executive has to govern the CPA allows, is it a 5-year term or a 10-year term? Is it legislated? Because to me, it does not make sense just to train the executive only. To me, it's an easier target. Why not train everybody so that everybody understands what is happening? So I feel that we are losing something when we are stopping to train the actual members, the CPA itself, and just concentrating on the executive committee members. And I would also like to know from the department, how many CPAs are there to date? I think there's a register somewhere that they can look at and tell us the number of CPAs that we have, so that when we talk CPAs, at least we know the numbers that we're talking about, so that we can see whether it will actually be possible to train the actual members of the CPA. And in their training, Chair, they also talk to legislation, training on legislation. And yet we all know that the challenges of CPAs go beyond compliance with legislation. For instance, in a CPA report of 2021-2022, the following challenges, if I may just read 2 or 3 of them. were in that report. There was an absence of sufficient coherent support from the department to ensure proper establishment, effective functioning, and sound conflict management. That was one. The second one, Chair, was insecure tenure for women, youth, and people with disabilities. Eyesithathu neyokugqibela, Chair, is criminal activities, fraud, and corruption within these CPAs. So training on governance as provided for in the APP will not address the challenges at all. And as I said, it's actually a shift from compliance to something easier, the way I see it. So if the department can just explain why they have decided to change that. And I'm really worried that this APP does not talk to those challenges that I've just listed. And I'm sure there are others as well, Chair. And then, if I may go to the restitution. Oh, sorry, it's under program 3 in my notes. I understand the challenges that the commission has. And one thing that worries me, Chair, is why they can't become an autonomous organization. What is the stumbling block exactly? Because everybody is talking about autonomy for this the department, and yet it does not happen every time. We talk about it, but it does not happen. So what is the problem exactly? Why don't they, maybe let me put this as a question to Mekobodo. Why don't they put targets in their APP for autonomy level to say in such and such a time, this and that should be done, in such and such a time, this and that must be done, so that at least Nati, we know that they are really heading towards it, because she seems to talk about it all the time. And Chair, I'm also worried about claims that are 10 years and more. You will not believe the number of queries that I'm getting just in the Eastern Cape. I'm not even talking about the others that I get nationally, just in the Eastern Cape with claims that are over 10 years. What are we saying to our people? Yes, I will, Chair. What are we saying to our people? So I'm really worried about that. What, in terms of their APP, do they look at the long outstanding ones and say, we are going to target those first? As I said, Chair, I have a number of questions, and I hope that we'll be given a chance to have them answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Kangeba, Honorable Mbabama. Sbeo, Onin, the Honorable Mkiva.
Mandibulele Sihlalo. Sibulisele kumalunga ekomiti zombini, ndibulise kuminister, ndibulise ko-deputy minister bobabini. Mntwana omhle, mandiqale ndenze isincomelo ngomsebenzi omhle owenziwa lisebe likamama uDidiza. Nditsho ngenene into yobana uDidiza kakuhle, siyayibona umsebenzi, uyabonakala. Uthulu luyaqhuma, kungaqhuma ke siye sitsho esiXhoseni uba kungaqhuma kubasiwe.
Honorable Mkiva. Apologies. We are challenged that we don't have interpreters on the platform. And therefore, honorable members that would like to benefit from the questions you are posing to the department and the Commissioner Mamu Koboto will not understand what you are saying. So I would plead with you to accommodate us.
No, ndiyabulela Sihlalo. Thank you very much. I first wanted to acknowledge the good work which is being done by the department under the stewardship of Minister Didiza and together with the deputies. My questions will be limited to two. The first question, I would like to understand the percentage of the land that has been restored since the new dispensation to the African majority. I would like to get the statistics of that because it's a matter that remains unresolved, and it would be great to have a sense of the progress that is made and where we are lagging behind. The second question relates with the rural communities in particular, insofar as communal land is concerned. There was a summit which was held in 2 years ago, which was led by the former deputy president, wherein there was a resounding resolution that communal land specifically should be transferred to traditional authorities, so then that it can be easier to administer, and maybe the department can also assist to capacitate the traditional councils with all the required resources and tools of trade to be able to dispense that work efficiently and effectively. To what extent has that program been processed, how far it is, and when can we expect the completion of that particular transfer, since it will be a transaction that does not involve any exchange of monies. It's a question of just pressing the buttons and taking that land to the traditional authorities. The very last thing that I would like to talk to, you know, Chairperson, in the rural communities, particularly those that are under the jurisdiction of traditional leadership, there's a lot of livestock that is there. And each and every weekend, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of sheep as well as oxen that are slaughtered. But in the case, for instance, of where I come from in the Eastern Cape, we hardly have what is called a taxidermy, which is an instrument where we process hides and skins. Many of the hides and skins of the animals that are slaughtered week in and week out, they go into waste because there's no instrument which could help us to process that. I would like to suggest, therefore, this is not just a question, I would like to suggest to the department to consider identifying a relevant location in a rural province like the Eastern Cape, where I come from, where we can have a taxidermy, where all the hides and skins of the slaughtered animals could be collected, and then we can have that taxidermy as a processing plant where we process those hides and skins, and they could be utilized locally through a beneficiation program. And if we have surplus, that surplus can be exported. And I think a project of that nature will go a long way also in the provision and creation of jobs in rural communities. And it is part of those things that are actually required when you look into a required program for rural development, where we bring in instruments that are relevant rural communities. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkeva. Honorable Montwedi Madume.
Madume modula stilo le botlhe ba ba le mo kopanong ya gompieno. Let me quickly run through many questions that I have here, Chair. One, on the CPA training, I just want to find out from the department on that governance training, how has that training improved the governance on CPA's levels as soon as the training was conducted? Did it have any impact there on the training? And then the other thing is also on the claims from the side of the commission to say, when does the commission intend to start with the old order claims? In case, I know the Free State have finished the claims that came before 2014, if I'm correct. So I want to find out, when are you going to start with the new order claim instead, not the old? When is the department planning to start with the new order claim, Chair? Other issue is on the Agricultural College. I just want to check the department, how have they reviewed their curriculum to accommodate small scale farmers who would want to go study part-times at their various colleges, because I know that some of their various colleges do not offer programs where farmers or small-scale farmers can actually go there and have to start studying on a part-time basis. Also to the Commission Chair is the issue of consequence management. How has the Commission actually and the department dealt with CPA committee members that have squandered money that was allocated to them because they conduct forensic investigation after forensic investigation? I just want to find out how have they dealt with such in terms of making sure that the money that is actually intended for beneficiaries actually goes to beneficiary. On the side of the department chair, I have a concern that a program that was at some point known as recapitalization, currently land and development support, we see a serious decline in terms of number of farms supported. And this decline actually started in the 2021-2022 financial year, where the department gives farms to beneficiaries and does not come in making sure that they give them the land and development support. I just want to find out what could be the cause of that decline in terms of farms supported through land and development support, and how has that impacted the productivity in those farms? Because I know that some farms remain unproductive because the land and development support, they've not been, they did not get that support in terms of land and development support. The other question to the department chair is with regards to the number of labor tenants that I see that they're not included in the APP, and also on the trunker, they're also not included there on the APP chair. Now, the department last year made a commitment that they're going to appoint, I think, about 10,000 the extension service workers. Now, I see that in the 2023 financial year, there's a significant decrease, Chair, of 31.7%, where budget allocated for national extension support services declined by 31.7%. I want to understand from the department what informed such a huge decline. Could this program of NARISEC been the one that actually took the chunk of the budget that should have been allocated to that service, because a number of agricultural graduates remain unemployed because they are the ones that should have actually been benefited from that extension service program. Why that significant decline? The last two questions, Chair, is on the NARISEC program. We see that on the financial year that cuts across the year of an election, 2023-2024, an increase of 3,081 participants in the NARISEC program. And when you compare this to previous financial year, like 2022-2023, there were 699 participants. And it is worrying, Chair, that only after the 2024 elections, the number would then decline back to around 1,500. What has informed that? What is so special that in the 2023-2024 financial year, we make such a huge increase, and only after 2024, we then go back to where the number should actually be? So that is a concern that I want to raise, that I would want the department to respond to on my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Montedi. Akbar Officer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my biggest concern at this current stage, and sorry, I'm a new member to your committee, is considering the developmental state and intergovernment relations. My concerns are the deterioration and regression of water quality in our rivers, lakes, dams, and aquifers countrywide, also affecting our food security with raw sewer and industrial waste, intoxicating our water resources, being dumped into our waters. And that is making it very difficult for irrigation farmers and stock farmers exporting products. More and more, they complain about the water quality. The pollution of water in the agricultural sector will affect food security and the health of our nation. What action was taken by the department to monitor and interact with the relevant departments to address the destruction of South African water to address an imminent disaster that will happen, that will affect the agricultural development of South Africa and the lives of all of us living here. Thank you, Chair.
Dankie, achtbare visser. Ilungu elibekekileyo Bawuqapha.
Thank you, Chair. Only one question from my side. I suspect that maybe I might get missed information here because in my understanding, in this financial year, especially in Q3, there will be that summer crop production season where a lot of farmers of crops, maize and others will be producing. And therefore this function might be delegated to the provinces or it might be a concurrent function, but I would like to know that in these plans, maybe I missed that one, that there should be a considerable understanding or presentation on the plans on this, because to the people who are in the rural areas, this means a lot. That's a production season, and they will be talking about acquire this thing, getting a what I mean this, the mechanization will be procured, the inputs will be procured, and a lot of other things. I just want to have an idea that if the department does have any plans that can be highlighted on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa. Honorable members, that is all the questions of the honorable members that raised hands who wished to ask questions. With the remaining 5 minutes, I will give Honorable Masipa and Honorable Mbabama, who had other questions, to exhaust. You may go ahead. Honorable Masipa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my questions are, I'm really just going to go straight to the question. Chair, the DG mentioned, not mentioned, but there is in the APP report, Project Sparago. When did this project start? What was budgeted in this particular project? And is this project continue in this current financial year going forward? That's the first one. The second one, DG mentioned the land administration and communal tenure that they are busy attending to, and that there has been position paper that was passed on to the cabinet. Can the DG share with us around that position paper, and maybe, you know, Chair, if we can get a copy of that position paper, we'll appreciate it. Chair, the issue of blended finance plans going ahead, it did not come clear in the presentation of this particular APP. I would really appreciate that we get clarity around how the blended finance are going in terms in this coming financial year. The next one is the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. Where are we now? Where is the budget? And what has been the budget that has been allocated for this particular program? Chair, the next one is on the energy task team. There's been 500 million set aside. What are the specific programs that this department is going to run around this 500 million? Is there a policy in place or processes in place to deal with the spending and the monitoring so that we don't have the same problems that we have had with other funding allocations that the department has had in the past? The second last one, Chair, DG spoke about, I think, a couple of times about the ministerial task team on biosecurity and the availability of vaccines and shortage, and obviously the loss 12% of our exports due to problem of animal diseases. Chair, the request is, can we have this ministerial task team for us also to be able to conduct proper oversight. We don't have to apply for PIA to get this report. Chair, I will request that the DG and the minister really share with us this particular report. The last one, DG spoke about the biogas energy intervention that they are busy with and indicated 13 areas that were identified. Can, Chair, can we get really those 13 areas identified, where and how the process of identification was? Thank you very much, Chair. That's my question in short.
Thank you, Honorable Masipa. Honorable Mbabama. And
Enkosi,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Kapa, please lower your hand. Honorable Kapa, lower your hand. You may proceed, Kangeba.
Enkosi, Chairperson. It's about the key issues highlighted by the President in SONA. I also had a question around the task team that is dealing with load shedding. I just wanted to find out, has it started its work yet? And if so, what is the position to date? And then in terms of PSC, I would like to know, because we went on oversight to Mpumalanga, and what we saw on the ground is not really what is being reported here. So there seems to be a disconnect in terms of what is happening on the ground, well, in Mpumalanga that we saw. My question is, what lessons have been learned so far with the rollout of this initiative? And then in terms of our oversight, Chair, we'll have to do a lot of oversight in the future. And some of the issues we don't understand at all. For instance, I would like the department, maybe not now, maybe in a paper, where they could tell us what is the hemp seed certification? And does this certification happen in South Africa, or is there a global body that looks at certification of these seeds? I would also like to know, under the Cannabis Master Plan, what is the significance of the tetrahydrocannabinol level? And is because they said they were waiting for the Department of Health with this. So I would like to know, and does it regulate the plants to be grown? If we're going to do oversight, Chair, we have to understand these issues. And then under the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, my question is, I see that FPSUs are not mentioned as some of the critical initiatives to drive agrarian reform in communal land. And I want to know, is this the case? And then also under Program 5, talking to the FPSUs, I would like to know what informed the target that they have, that they are going to support 41 FPSUs. Is this all the FPSUs across the country? And if not, why not? I would just like to know, 41, or are they going to be picking and choosing the ones that they want to support? And then share, where are labor tenants catered for in the APP? I see they are very silent on labor tenants. I also see that the extension support services budget, Honorable Nana spoke briefly about this, is down by 31%. What is the reason for this? Because as Honorable Nana said, we really need to have those extension services. Why do we train? Oh, yes. And then the other one is around Program 4, Rural Development. Why do we train so many young people under NARISEC when we can only offer 10% of trainees jobs and only 7% are supported with business development? To me, it just seems that we are compounding the problem by training so many of these young people, whereas we should be concentrating on a select few and making those successes and knowing that they will be going straight into jobs. Thank you, Chair. I think I have completed all the questions that I had.
Thank you, Honorable Mbabama. The Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee in the NCOP, Honorable Modise. Welcome, and you may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me start by greeting yourself and the Honorable Minister and all my colleagues, both from National Assembly and National Council of Provinces. Chair, I've got three questions, though others, some members have asked them. I will start with the NARISEC one. When DG presented, he mentioned that they absorbed some students from NARISEC to the department, and some were they put them to business. I just want to check with DG. He must tell us how many per province, they absorb those students, and how many were putting into business and they were supported. Because the question that I'm asking, Chair, is because I'm aware that other students from NARISEC are still roaming around the streets. For example, Ratlo and Mafikeng, I'm talking about my constituency that I know. Even in Taung, they're still roaming in the streets. They are not placed anywhere, but the DG said they were placed. And let me commend the department again for increasing the number of the students by NARISEC this year, because they are covering the previous years that we didn't take more numbers. It is not because of the election, honorable members, it's because we are covering the numbers, and in this NARISEC is very important. Members must understand that. Thank you, department, for doing that. You show the interest on the youth. My second question is on the land claim commissioner, where she mentioned number of provinces, others, for example, we are in less, especially in Northwest State, in less claims. I just want to check. There are other claims that are being, for a long time, processed by the department, but they are still there. And when we go to our constituency, honorable minister, those people, they are asking a lot of questions to us. They say, when are we going to get our land back? The other thing that the commission did somehow wrong, they will give you you claim a piece of land, they give you a piece. And then on top of them, they give you your land, and then they give someone the very same land. For example, Ward 2 in Mafikeng, Kokabe. This thing is happening, and I've been asking DG, I've been writing letters to minister about this issue here, land there for Mr. Fleming. Now this year they stop everything. They can't even plow because this land it still have query. Other Monacheng people, they claim that land because the department gave them the land. Fleming got the land, and then Monacheng, same land. So can you resolve that matter, Honorable Minister and your DG? The third one, though it was asking, but I just want to say it again, Honorable Minister, how long is going to take you to transfer this commercial land to the traditional land? I mean, to the traditional affairs. Because where I'm sitting is because this fight between the traditional leaders and the CPAs is gonna cost the department There is no movement where the land is owned by the CPA, the traditional leaders on the site, so there is a problem. I can give you an example of those land. You can go, there are a number of problems at the CPA and the traditional affairs. Your Limpopo, your Northern Cape, you know the story, DG. There are many, even in my province, there are many issues that were raising by these CPA and then Minister, the issue of the land again in Northern Cape, go over the land commissioner knows about it. How far are you to transfer that land to the owners of the land? Because these people have been waiting for many years, asking where are the department, what are department are assisting us to get our land back. The commissioner said it's in the department it say it's in the commission. So can you resolve that matter so that that thing it become resolved as soon as yesterday? But other than that, Chairperson, to compare to previous years, Minister have did very well, excellent job, except those three issues that I have raised, but she did very well. The Department of Agriculture, now we can see a light after the tunnel. They did very well. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, my co-chair. And let me thank you for chairing the meeting again while I was struggling with it.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. We have been very challenged this morning, but we've managed to navigate through this session. And thank you for posing your questions. That's the chairperson of the Select Committee in the NCOP, the Honorable Modise. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to also welcome the presentation as made by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Thanking the Minister, Honorable Didiza, as well as the Deputy Ministers for their participation, and thank the DG, the Honorable Tate Ramasodi, and also the CFO Mesadiki, and the Commissioner of Land Claims, Umamu Koboto. Honorable members, let me also take the opportunity to field a few questions as to the presentation that has been made, particularly from the remarks of Honorable Masipa, having welcomed and recognized the impact of the skirmish clashes between Russia and Ukraine and its impact on our own sector of agriculture. We are taken back, honorable members, and having to reflect on the warmongers in the West, and particularly in the USA, as their influencers in NATO, who during the Cuban Missile Crisis were able to have a blockade, ensuring and violating the sovereign rights of the Cubans who had wanted to explore having missiles in their own developmental campaign of their sovereign state. But now, having seen that the warmongers are portraying not only Russia as a global threat, but China as well, I'd like to gain an understanding from the Honorable Minister in terms of ensuring that we are able to sustain ourselves in terms of fertilizers. What is the department doing to ensure that we can look into our BRICS countries such as Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and look for alternative supplies of fertilizer so that we may not have that much of an impact on our agricultural programs in South Africa. I would also want to thank the DG for reminding us, honorable members, on the MTSF priorities and demonstrating the contribution of the department towards the realization of those priorities. It therefore calls for both portfolio committees, the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, as well as the Select Committee in the NCOP responsible for agriculture, land reform and rural development, to use the information to assess the progress made by this department since 2019. Before the end of this parliamentary term in 2024, we should find time, honorable members, to assess the impact of the program interventions over the last 4 years. Honorable members, I note that in some areas, certain targets have been omitted or changed. For example, I did not see any targets with regard to settlement of labor tenants in line with the plans of the Master of Labor Tenants at the Land Claims Court. Also, we know that over the MTEF, a total of 676 million has been allocated to acquire 17,965 hectares for farm dwellers and labor tenants. Looking at the presentation, honorable members, I do not see any indication of plans or targets related to settlement of labor tenants applications, thus making it difficult to see how the department and the Special Master of Labor Tenants works together. We know of the challenges as presented from the meeting of labor tenants in Johannesburg. Secondly, honorable members, the work around Esther does not feature in the plans. Further, Trankra work has been omitted as well. Why is it not a priority for the department this year? Honorable members, you will also remember that this committee was in 2020 when we were dealing with the Ultra. The department promised to table communal land tenure bill within that financial year. To date, the bill has not been tabled before the committee. What are the reasons that have led to that? Can we get a thorough explanation from the department and the executive? Honorable members, in terms of the Agri-BEE in Program 5, can the department explain what do they mean by a target of 100% of Agri-BEE fund applications being assessed? What is it that they are assessing in an application, and what does that mean for the rollout of Agri-BEE fund in light of the high number of disadvantaged farmers that require Agri-BEE funds? Can the department also indicate, on average, how many Agri-BEE funds applications do they receive and approve on an annual basis? Honorable members, with respect to FPSUs, the department plans to support the functionality of 41 FPSUs during this year. Yet in the last financial year, it failed to support 35 FPSUs to fully functionality only supporting 4 out of the 35 identified. How have the challenges that were experienced in the previous year been addressed to justify increasing the target? Can the department also explain what do they mean by FPSUs being fully functional? Because in our most recent oversight visit to Mpumalanga, we did not see a fully functional FPSU. And coming from a small, tiny village of Mvezo, I can attest that right across Mbashe River in Dujwa, there is a white elephant that is deteriorating by the day, because that agri-park that was envisioned to be established there and turned into a FPSU is rotting day by day. FPSUs are expected to play a central role in assisting smallholder producers with comprehensive support that will ensure their access to markets. Under the same Program 5, honorable members, the department has a program to train cooperatives. In light of the failure to get FPSUs fully functional, what are the cooperatives trained on, and how beneficial is the training if those cooperatives have no access to comprehensive support and market access in particular? Both the minister and the DG, honorable members, highlighted the importance of research, particularly in the light of climate change and its impact on the agricultural sector, and mentioned the ARC's central role. However, the budget allocation to the ARC, which is responsible for agricultural research and innovation, is not growing, but stagnant, if not decreasing. Honorable members, we would like to gain an understanding, how is the department assisting the ARC to carry out the required research without sufficient financial resources? Has there been requests or discussions with the National Treasury to prioritize funding for agricultural research and innovation? I ask this in light of the oversight visit that we have had, where we visited the foot and mouth disease red zone and came to learn that we are actually importing vaccines from Botswana instead of making our own, and therefore would like to gain an understanding, how are we going to be able to overcome such challenges? That is all on my side, honorable members. I will now hand back to the department. The Honorable Minister Togo Didiza, as well as the deputy ministers, the DG, and the officials of the department to respond to the questions and the comments that have been fielded by the honorable members, both on the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in the National Assembly, as well as in the Select Committee in the NCOP, as led by the chairperson, the Honorable Memodise. I would like you to chair this ship up until 1 o'clock. When we conclude the session, we will pick it up at 2 o'clock again for those that will be proceeding with the departmental entities. I have noted that the NCOP will proceed to dealing with other businesses of their day. Honorable Medisa, you can take charge on the responses. Let me invite the Honorable Minister to proceed. Thank you.
Chair, you might be calling Shadow Minister. Umedidisa excused herself.
You know, a problem with shadows may always remain shadows, and they will always be following the figure that stands tall and high. Let me invite the deputy ministers or the DG to proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is Mrs. Kwacha, not a shadow minister, but a deputy minister. I would request, Chair, that probably, I know that the minister is not here. I would request that the DG and the officials proceed and will come in with Deputy Minister Tapa after, with your permission, over to the DG.
No, you can do that, Deputy Minister. They can do that. They can answer all the questions that were asked by the honorable members. And then at the end, I'll give you and another deputy minister to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Chair.
DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs, and thank you very much for the insightful comments and also questions that were posed. I think in an environment that is subjected to global configurations, I think the questions would also serve as an illuminating area that the department would need to also focus on. With me today, I've got my colleagues who are also DDGs in different programs. What I would request is that, in short, colleagues, if I may request through you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson Modise, that we take the CFO from Program 1 in terms of those questions, followed by Ntate Serage from Program 2. Then we will go to Program 3, Mr. Msomi, followed by Mr. Ndove. Then we will go to the commission, and then we will then take the rural development space, and then lastly on the issues around economic development, trade and marketing with Mekwena Komape and Memoyo in that line, and then I'll conclude in terms of the questions that my colleagues may not have touched on, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. With the Chair's permission, can I call on the CFO for the responses around the budget? Am I audible, Chair? Chair, can I go to Ntate Serage?
Please do that.
Thank you very much, G, and good morning, good afternoon to all the members of the August committees joined. Thank you very much and welcome. And then good morning also to the deputy ministers and everybody, all protocol observed. There were a few questions relating to program 2, and I captured them in the following order and would split and request that I be forgiven in the event I missed or misrepresented a question. First one is from Honorable Masipa. It's about animal quarantine services. What's happening and why is it that the department isn't adequately making provision for this service of government? Our response to this one, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, is that we got at the moment animal quarantine stations that are linked to ports of entry. At the moment, these quarantine stations are used to quarantine
animals that are imported into the country, as it's mandatory by law to have them quarantined, so that we observe them for possible diseases, so that they do not infect our livestock in the country. These ones are, we've got one in next to OR Tambo International Airport, and the other one in Cape Town, Melnerton. We, however, have other different ways of managing importation of animals, but at the moment, these are the only ones. But I understood Honorable Masipa's question to be also be about, in general, the quarantine services that the department has. And our answer is that, yes, we do not necessarily have quarantine services or stations throughout the country, but you'd have, perhaps, maybe that's what Honorable is referring to, pounds, but those ones are within the expertise of local government. But at the moment, our two animal quarantine stations are in Melnerton and OR Tambo. And so far, we've been able to adequately address issues of quarantine services as expected by our law. And it is true that as state, for disease control purposes, which is what I also further got from Honorable Masipa, we need to have a state, which is something that we do not currently have, farms or quarantine farms wherein we can house or we can crawl the cattle or livestock in the event of outbreaks. That we take that as a proposal by Honorable Masipa, and it will be greatly welcomed, because we've noticed during the FMD outbreak management that we needed facilities like that, and at the moment we do not have an official facility to take care of that, though we would have, in some cases, as you would have noticed in Harry Smith area, we would have some state farms where we are able to, I wouldn't call it quarantine, but we're able to prevent further movement of livestock by crawling them in such. The next question about, from again, Honorable Masipa, was about biosecurity enforcement, basically the penalties that are charged. And to this we agree, Honorable Masipa is correct. The law, as we all know, 1984 law, probably at that time there wasn't a lot of transgressions, or the amount so stipulated was probably concomitant to possible transgressions. We are aware, and we actually will be going through, but not obviously not through the sixth administration, but our plans are to review or strengthen the law, Animal Diseases Act of 1984, and to strengthen it. One of the areas that requires strengthening is in this specific case. And also a typical case was noticed when we wanted to trace, and that matter is still under investigation, the matter relating to the farmer from Limpopo who ended up infecting Northwest, and Northwest infecting Free State, and the whole spiraling out of the FMD. So we know that there has to be harsher penalties, and this is the area, amongst other areas, that we will be first attempting to address through regulations. Otherwise, we will look for long-term effect through amending the very act, or coming up with a strengthened legislative control over the area of biosecurity. It is true, Honorable Masipa, that at the moment, transgressors would easily transgress because the sentencing or the penalties are not really not concomitant to possible loss that could, or damage or loss that could be created by farmers not observing our biosecurity laws. Honorable Masipa, again on the OBP, at the moment, the laws, Act 36 of 1947 and Act 101 of 1965. The Act 101 of 1965 is administered by the Department of Health, but it also regulates the area. Act 36 of 1947 is administered by us, our department, or regulate the same area. At the moment, the private sector can actually produce vaccines, except with exception of the foot and mouth disease, and with exception of any other disease that we do not have, or we do not have record of in the country. So this question comes across many times as if the department or the laws. Or as if department is not allowing. So at the moment we do, I can talk from facts. We do. We've had one case of African heart sickness vaccines that we tried to look into. Unfortunately, it did not comply with the prescript. So this, I just want to. I'm saying this to articulate the fact and the reality that, in fact, the private sector can, through Act 36 and through Act 101, make application for registration of vaccines. And if they meet the requirements, they will be registered. Honorable Professor, water quality, this is the reality, is true. And my administration of water, it's a concurrent function, but in the main custodian being that of Department of Water and Sanitation. We are, of course, working with them, and there's a work collaboration that our minister and our DGs and their counterpart at Water Affairs and Sanitation are engaging, and there's a few engagements. I agree. This has got to be part of, and we take note, Honorable Professor, that we've got to make it during this financial year a determination, or make it a specific project that we look through, because it affects the livestock, it affects irrigation, so it becomes our problem. And this problem might not be ranking as high as it would at the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation. So one would make use of the platforms that are already created by our DG and our minister to raise this one. And we will definitely have it attended to, first raised with the custodians of the law, water and sanitation, but also make sure that they attend to it, and with our cooperation. Honorable Masipa asked about Operation Sparako. Okay, maybe I must, with your intelligence chairperson, I think this is what I thought I picked up about the Operation Sparako, which Honorable Masipa referred to it as having been mentioned by DG in his presentation. And Operation Sparako, the specific question from Honorable Masipa being, when did it start? And we started Operation Sparako around April. In fact, in April, around about the 25th April, when Minister went to Limpopo after the big outbreak of foot and mouth disease, and Minister met with the Premier of Limpopo and MECs responsible for agriculture, economic development, and I think local government and Office of the Premier, yes. So in that meeting, discussions led to us realizing the need to coordinate services of the provincial departments, not only agriculture, but other departments within the province. And this Operation Sparako was then initiated, and it is the operation that saw us being able to contain the foot and mouth disease that was ravaging the province of Limpopo and the Northwest. So that's when it started, and we carried on with the Free State and with KZN. We're not yet done. We were just overtaken by events, but throughout the process, when after the operation was started, we then had good results, and we were able to contain the foot and mouth disease with a remarkable speed. So yes, it's a work in progress, and it is yet to be rolled to other provinces. Honorable Masipa spoke to the ministerial task team. I will leave this for DG to respond to it adequately, because this is ministerial task team. So it was, that was the one asked by Honorable Masipa, and Honorable Masipa again about biogas areas. In fact, in the presentation by DG, specific areas are mentioned, but we will, as a follow-up with your indulgence chairperson, send specific coordinates of where the projects are underway. And Honorable Mandela spoke of, Gus Mandela spoke of fertilizer imports. Again, this is a kind of tricky, because as the department, specifically in terms of Act 36 of 1947, our job is to register. So as and when applications are made, we definitely will register. And in fact, as a matter of fact, we have had to intervene twice during the previous farming cycle when there were blockages at the port of KZN. We've had to intervene as the industry was experiencing a challenge. We've had to speak to our colleagues at the Transnet, and we've been able to ensure that the fertilizers were prioritized over other goods that were imported into the country. So yes, Honorable Kwesi Mandela, it is relevant to us. We stand ready to prioritize if need be, but obviously, as honorable members would know, this is a work that has to begin in other departments before it comes to our department. I hope I captured everything, and this is what I've been able to capture. Thank you very much for listening to me. Back to you, DG and Deputy Ministers.
With the indulgence of Honorable Chair Modise, I'll call upon Mr. Msomi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, DG. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chairs, Deputy Ministers, and the honorable members. All protocol observed. I will deal with issues that deal with land development and also on extension services. The first question was on the performance of extension services, that who's responsible for them. I'll say that as we know that most of the extension services, they are under the Department of Provincial Administration. So they are being evaluated under the DPSA, under before they fall under MEC and HOD. So we've got those areas of performance that is being done at that level. On the issue of the increase, because they are not available, yes, we at the moment nationally we have got a ratio of 1 extension practitioner to 1,542. Now what we have done is to implement is looking for funding for the extension program for 10,000 extension practitioners, in addition to the 2,000 that we have. We got money late in August, then we were able to bring in about 4,500 for 3 months, which has been extended for another 3 months up to end of June. So at least now we've managed to bring down the ratio to 1 extension practitioner to 471. We're hoping that working with the DG National Treasury, we'll be able to make sure that we increase the number. On the aspect of the extension budget that has decreased by 37%, the extension in the budget, the extension budget is shared with the National Extension Support Service. There's a national budget, which doesn't include the employment of extension practitioners, but is also combined with the sector capacity development that involves colleges. So during the accounting system, when there was the movement of the Narise College out of the branch food security and crime reform, rural development, then and some monies that were supposed not to have been moved, like COE were moved. So that matter is being looked after with our Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I am noting that a number of members have picked it up, but it's not a big budget because it doesn't deal with this element that we are here. Sorry about that. Then the other element was on the land development support. In the honorable member Montwedi noted that on the 21-22 financial year, the land development support, which was replacing the recapitalization program, has not been going on the new entrance. What happened is that we prioritized on the old farms. We checked those ones which were more viable, about 262. We've been working on this, and then, but lately we've started to include in the 66 land development farms. We're starting to bring in the new ones, but the land beneficiary policy also tries to make sure that we prioritize those new farmers under plus who are on this land, the one who've got financial capacity, that when we put them on land, they are able to continue without much government support. But not all, but they still need some. Then we've started to bring them in. So the 66 that you are going to fund this financial year in the APP, it will also include that one. Then the other question from Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Tapa, it was on the mechanization support. That yes, in the other areas it was said, another member said they do get it, but they get it, George was the minister. Here it is funded under CASP, mechanization is funded under CASP, and the CASP and the equitable share in the provincial departments. Then the provincial departments of agriculture are able to procure mechanization. So that is handled by the provincial departments of agriculture So we just need, we are working with the provinces to make sure that they streamline their plans so that they can actually procure, so that they can get the mechanization in time before it is too late. Then the last question was on the blended finance by Honorable Masipa. Yes, it is going ahead. We have expanded from the ITC to the land bank, and the minister will be announcing with the private sector very soon as the budget is confirmed and the like. So it is going ahead since we have expanded now from the ITC to the land bank, then will be expanded to the private banks. I think I would like to end there, the question that actually relates to land development support. Thank you, TG. Thank you, Chairs. Thank you, honorable members.
With the permission of
sorry, TG. There was one last question on the colleges. I nearly forgot that any member wanted to know whether we can. Yes, indeed, our colleges, they are offering a part-time training to farmers. Farmers can go and get training. Then there's also training under CASP. We have ring-fence a personal amount of training of farmers. Thank you very much, DG. Sorry about that.
Now, thank you very much, Dr. Msomi. With your permission, Honorable Chair, can I call upon Mr. Tirindove to deal with the issues around land redistribution and matters around tenure reform?
Thank you so much, DG. Let me take this opportunity to pass my sincere greetings to the two chairs, the minister in absentia, the deputy ministers, members of the portfolio, members of both the portfolio committee and the select committee, and my fellow colleagues. And my apology for not using the camera. The network is very much unstable where I am, and my apology for that. The first question came from Honorable Winnie, and I will need to indicate that there were two questions. I could not get the other one because I believe where she was, she had a problem with the network, or it was on my side. But I think I managed to get the first question, which was about the land redistribution as well as tenure. And the question was in terms of how many women are going to benefit and the young people. And I need to indicate, I'll separate the two. I'll start with the redistribution. In terms of the redistribution, about 3 years ago, in 2020, a policy was developed and approved by Cabinet called the Beneficiary Selection and Land Allocation Policy, which specify how should people or beneficiaries of land reform, particularly on land redistribution, should be allocated land, and where are the priority areas. In that policy, priority areas are women, youth, and also including people with disabilities, as well as military veterans and people in the communal area. So inclusively, those are the priority areas in terms of land allocation. And that's what is guiding us. We have been implementing this policy in the last 2 years. And therefore, even in terms of our plans for the current year, the allocation is going to be directed by that policy. It stipulates that 50% of the land that we allocate should go to women, and 40% of the land that we allocate should go to youth. With regard to tenure, it's a different story. The policy does not apply on tenure, because tenure, almost like restitution, it's a matter of, we cannot determine who's supposed to benefit. It depends on how they got affected. And these are historic issues linked to our history. So when we restore tenure, security of tenure, it depends on the people that get affected. However, we can be able to record as we circle or ensure that there's legal tenure, security of tenure, how many women are benefiting. But we cannot target at all because it depends on those people who were affected by matters of tenure. And as we resolve this matter, we can only able to tally the numbers, but we cannot be able to target specifically as to how many women we are targeting to address matters of tenure. I think that's how I can differentiate the two. Like I said, there was another question, I could not get it. Honorable Bibi, with regard to the CPA, the first question was how many CPAs do we have? The number keeps on changing because more CPAs get registered as and when we settle claims, both in restitution or even under redistribution or even under tenure. CPAs get established, so the number keep on increasing. As we stand now, we are at 1,700 number of CPAs that we have. Like I said, it's a number that we can confirm the real figure, but it is around 1,700 as we speak today. Honorable also wanted to know what is the situation with regard to her province in the KZN. I can just indicate without giving all the stats in terms of the breakdown of the provinces that actually KZN and Mpumalanga have got the highest number of CPA, over 400 in both of them. Like I said, is the number that keeps on changing. Yeah, on the 1,700, almost close to half of the CPAs are actually based in Mpumalanga as well as KZN. The other question from Honorable Bibi was what support are we giving to the CPAs? The Act stipulates what is it that the department can do with regard to the CPAs. Amongst other things that the department does in line with the Act include the registration of CPAs. And of course, the registration of a CPA is a process, development of constitution and related matters that will make the CPA to be registerable. That is one thing. The other one is also to monitor their activities, especially with regard to what is stipulated in the Act and what is in their own constitution, because their constitution is supposed to be in line with the Act. Amongst things that are very critical in terms of the work of the department under the DG as per the Act is the issue of ensuring that they hold their annual general meetings. It's a very sore point and is also one of the center of dispute amongst the members of the CPAs. The other one is that they should hold regular elections in line with the constitution. Again, is one of the very difficult area, and that is the area that the department spend much time working with the CPA to try to ensure that they comply to their own constitution and comply to the Act. The other work that the department does is to also do, because there always be dispute, there are disputes, is also to provide mediation services where possible, where it is needed, to try to resolve dispute amongst members of the CPA. And in the main, if I may indicate, if there's an executive, it's so common that there will be a consent group that actually is in conflict with the executive, or its members that are actually having challenges with the executive. And those kind of disputes and other related disputes regarding maybe emanating in terms of resource management, the financial, land, and other assets of the CPA. So mediation actually is used for that. Where mediation fails, the Act empowers the Director General, after consultation with the members, can place a CPA under judicial administration. At that time, it means the CPA executive is no longer recognized, so the judicial administration will take over, and the judicial administrator will actually try to rebuild and ensure that that CPA, meaning the people, are able to go back to an annual general meeting where they can elect the new executive, and hopefully with the intention that things will get better moving forward. But in many cases, even after the election of this executive, there will be challenges coming from other members. I thought I should just indicate, and this is the work that I can indicate, it keeps us very busy as a department. It's a very difficult work. Like I indicated, we've got 1,700 CPAs that are registered. The next one talks to Honorable Mbambama. She has indicated 2 pieces of legislations, but she actually indicated that it will be good to get progress on all the legislation. So I'll just respond to one because I think it is important, because it's linked to other questions that have also been asked by other members. The one on the communal tenure policy stroke bill. I'll indicate that the reason that this bill has not served to Parliament, it is because from the beginning there was a process. The process started about 3 years ago or more by as per the resolutions that were taken in the previous summit, that there should be a study tour to learn from other countries in terms of how communal land is being managed, or administration of the communal land, in terms of the understanding from other countries. That process happened, although it got caught up with COVID, but it was concluded. And after that process, the position paper that Honorable Masipa referred to actually was developed, and it was approved by Parliament. And that position paper, it gave rise to a process of consultation with various stakeholders that include both the traditional leaders, traditional communities, and other interested parties on the position paper. That process also took some time, and it was concluded. And in its conclusion, as per the plan, it led to the summit. The summit happened last year in May. After the summit, there were outcomes of the summit that have been processed through the interministerial committee that rightfully, as indicated earlier on, led by the former deputy minister, the deputy president, and out of those outcomes, it is then that the process of developing a legislation began, as well as the policy. So that process is on. It has started, and I believe very soon the portfolio committee will be informed formally in terms of where the process is, but the development of the policy as well as the legislation has begun within the department. And obviously it will follow the necessary processes. The same applies to the land redistribution bill and policy. That is also, they are actually going concurrently, they're actually done simultaneously. So when they appear before Parliament, hopefully towards the end of the year, this process could have led to the bill being served before the Parliament. That is where we are. Honorable Mbabama also reflected on the CPA, and her inputs was regarding why training of the executive. Indeed, it could be training of everybody. I've indicated that we've got 1,700 CPAs. Of course, it could be training of everybody as is indicated, but why? The question is why executive? The executive, on average, depending on their constitution, there are around maybe 10, even up to 20 members of the executive. Let's say on average, about 10, between 10 and 15 members of the executive. And the core of the problem is actually on the executive. Because most of them, once they ascend that position, they lose contact with the members, and that's where dispute start. Handling of resources, assets, including finances and its management, and that is where the source of the problem. And in our own observation is that if we don't get the executive right, we can train as much as possible. But if this executive and is indicated, obviously stays there for a period minimum 3 years to 5 years, depending on their constitution. If we don't get it right, it's going to be very difficult to get stability within the CPA institutions. And that does not mean that we don't do other work or training or support to all other members. But in terms of our focus for the purpose of the APP, we said we need to ensure that we focus much on the executive, but it does not mean that we don't do other work with the other members. And I also want to agree with the observation from Honorable Mbabama that compliance with the Act is not everything. There are so many challenges. She made an example of conflict, insecure of tenure of the members, criminal activities, fraud and corruption. That her observation is correct, and that is the challenge that we have. I'm talking to the lawmakers here. I will not know whether the current Act is sufficient to manage all the affairs of the CPAs, or the modeling in itself, it's something that have to be looked at. What has happened from the department side was to conduct an audit to actually try to get as much information as to what are the real issues that are affecting each and every CPA. Parallel to that, there's also been engagement through our ministers, both the minister as well as the deputy minister, to engage with the CPAs. The intention going forward, it will be to review, look at what do we have on the table in terms of the challenges, whether that would lead to review of the model as a whole, I cannot be able to predict what the outcome will be. The study have just been being concluded now in April. So out of it, we will see what the results are saying to us. And obviously, based on that, some decisions have to be taken and proposals in terms of how do we go about with regard to the CPA going forward as the vehicle to hold land for communities. Of course, the intention has always been very good for those who drafted the act, but there could have been many other things that have crept in, and obviously to review it is something that can be necessary. This part also I need to address it as to why the labor tenant, and I believe it has been asked several times, are not appearing on the CPA. During the introduction by the DG, he indicated that not everything is in the APP. There's a lot of work that is done outside the APP. In terms of allocation of land is both for redistribution as well as for tenure purposes. So if we go deeper into what does that mean, we realize that all those elements that honorable members have indicated, your ESTA, your labor tenants, farm dwellers are actually included in terms of that. And these are monitored, and we can be able to provide information in terms of the work that is happening in that space. The Honorable Mkiva indicated that what land has been restored. I'll just limit myself to the land from, I'm of the view that is both the restitution, which figures were given, but with regard to land redistribution and tenure, from 1994 to date, land that has been redistributed in this program is 5.2 million hectares. There are details as to how many people have benefited in terms of that. Honorable Mkiva also talked to the issue of this summit with more specific reference to the transfer of land as per the summit. I'll indicate that as it stands, except the enabling legislation on that we are talking about, the communal tenure bill, will not have any instrument to transfer land. And I'm not going to get into the space whether it's going to the traditional authorities or it's going to the traditional communities or wherever, but to transfer land from the land that is held currently, the nominal owner being the minister, that it should be transferred to the rightful owners in the traditional space. That part, which also include how the land is supposed to, the administration of that land, is part of what is in the, supposed to be in the bill that we are saying it is still being developed. Honorable Mutwedi, the impact of the CPA training. I think, as I've indicated earlier on, and of which I also confirmed the observation from Honorable Mbambam, that there are just so many factors that affect the CPA. Of course, training is one of the issues that are aimed at trying to get the CPA in a better shape. But training alone may not necessarily be the solution. There are also other factors that also need to be, and especially when we talk about issues related to criminality as well as fraud and corruption, not amount of training can actually solve that problem. It can assist, but I don't think that it can solve. So there are improvement in some of the CPAs and they become compliant, but there are others that are very resistant. So if I measure the impact, is that there's a minimal impact, but there is progress, although there are challenges as well. I think I've already responded on the issues related to labor tenants, as well as trunker, as also that was a question from them to why they are not appearing on the APP, yet they are very important. And I've indicated that they are being managed and implemented, and in terms of allocation of land, they are included. Allocation of land for tenure, for trunker, farm dwellers, in terms of securing their tenure. They are also included in terms of what is in the APP currently. Honorable Chair Modise indicated about, reflected on the dispute of where land was given. I'm not sure whether this is falling under restitution or land claims, or is it about land redistribution? But all that I can say is that I think we may need to get more information on this so that we can be able to respond appropriately, and also to get specific so that we can also just make follow-up on the example that she has given. The issue of transfer of land to communal land, to communal land to the traditional authorities. I've already indicated what is the process and what is going to happen in terms of the legislation. The conflict between the CPA and the traditional leaders. And I also want to confirm that besides the example that she has given, there are pockets of dispute between CPAs and traditional leaders throughout the country. It is prevalent in some other areas more, but there is a challenge that we have. Others is because other people got land through restitution, and sometimes they exclude the traditional leaders in that particular area, and a conflict ensue. In some other areas, even when people have claimed land, they still want to work very closely with the traditional leader. So it depends from one area to another. However, in terms of her articulation is that maybe if the land is transferred, this matter can be resolved. But I've already responded as to how land will be transferred. There was also a mention of a place in the Northern Cape. I also don't have information whether this is land claim. Probably if it's land claim, I believe my colleague from the commission will be able to address that. I have also responded to matters related to raised by the chair, Nkosi Mandela, regarding labor tenants applications. I just want to confirm that we are working very closely with the special master. Together, we report to court on quarterly basis. Together, we have come up with the implementation plan, and the department is doing everything to ensure that the special master's work is supported both in terms of resources, be it human and financial, for them to function as per what the court has directed, that the department is supposed to supply those resources. And we're working together on this matter, but I need to indicate this is not an easy matter. I will just give an example that in some other cases, landowners dispute the claim. And once the dispute is there, then the matter is referred to court. In some other instances, the extent of the claim in terms of the land that need to be restored get disputed, and again, it goes to court. In some other instances, the offer given to the landowner as stipulated by the valuation from the Office of the Valuer General get disputed. And in that case, the matter again refers to court. And there are so many referrals to court, and obviously the state attorneys get overwhelmed, and that slows the process as well of finalizing some of these claims. It's a challenge that we have, and it's a challenge that we are trying to resolve together with the special master. They've developed some other mechanisms that we are supporting to try to resolve this matter, to make this matter that goes to court to be treated a bit urgently, and also to ensure increase the success rate in court. I have already addressed the issue of Esther and the trunker. And I've also addressed the issue related to the communal tenure bill in terms of the progress. I think if I've left something, DJ, you'll direct me, but I think I try to cover as much as I can in terms of the question that we posed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If I may request colleagues. Oh, sorry, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, they must make sure they conclude, because we don't have time on our side, DG. They can continue, and other questions or answers that they have not responded to, they can put it in writing, because already you have them. They can come to our committees before the 21, which is next week. But they can continue, wrap up. You can continue, DG. DG? Hello?
Chair, while the DG is struggling to connect, is it proper for me as the Chief Land Claims Commissioner to attempt to briefly answer some of the questions?
Yes, but that one we need it in writing, Chief Claim Commissioner. That one we need in black and white, because it's has a lot of unattended and we want it in black and white.
Noted, Chair. I will leave then the responses to be made to you in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. And then who's remaining with before I give to the deputy ministers, Squasher, to wrap up? Maybe let me give you, Honorable Deputy Minister, to wrap up those questions that are unanswered. They will put it in writing and they send it to us. Deputy Minister Squasher?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to your co-chairperson as well. I really think that I appreciate the time given and the pressures that we do have. We will therefore really in writing do as you had requested, both from the CLCC and the other related matters, if any. There's not much to say, Chair. Needless to say that I think that the 3.5 hours that we have spent together here have really been beneficial in sharpening our tools as well in relation to the matters that have been asked. I had wanted to speak into the issue of communal land tenure process as asked by Utwanini, but I think that I will be spoiling it if I think that Ubabundobe has been very detailed in responding to this particular matter. I though want to say that, as he had indicated, that the summit was last year. I also want to say that as an active participant, both myself and Ubamumkiva in that summit, you would all recall that the emotiveness of the issue of land was clearly laid bare in that summit. And I think that Honorable Mkiva would recall in detail. Hence, we had to proceed well beyond the summit to look at the outcomes of that particular summit. My only regret in as far as that summit is concerned was the absence, because I think that throughout the length and breadth of our country, our structures were all present, including the Democratic Alliance and the Select Committee. I think that the only regret was an understandable apology from the Portfolio Committee in that particular summit. And I would want to agree with the chair of the Portfolio Committee that probably the Portfolio Committee should be favored with just an exclusive day on that particular, on this particular process and where it is. Where it is at the present moment, we have really gone to the consultation and everything else has been done. A report is awaiting the IMC and cabinet, which will indicate the way forward in this regard. I want to say, Chair, to the Chair and Babum Kiva and many of us, the issue of land remains emotive. The conflicts, and I don't think that we should in any way think that the mere stroke of a pen from a minister will resolve these problems. The tensions are not going to end simply because it is transferred to this or that. The tensions are there in the CPA alone. The tensions are there even among traditional councils. And the issue really is not the government keeping this, but what we need to thoroughly iron out is the rightful owners and who the rightful owners are. Because if you would recall, our own proposal are speaking about areas with traditional councils and areas without traditional councils and outer boundaries and all such related matters. But be that as it may, Chair, I want to assure this joint committee that we would not want to delay any further on such a matter. It is a matter that we think that needs to be dealt with as speedily, but also must bring a lasting solution to centuries of problems related to this. In the next 24 hours, one would be visiting an area in the Northern Cape called Concordia to deal with problems related to CPA and the likes. But for now, Chair, I want to appreciate the robust engagements that we were exposed to here, and I want to leave the last 3 minutes to Matapa if she has anything to say to conclude. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, dear. Honorable Kappa is in the meeting because we did receive her apology, Deputy Minister. I don't know whether she's in the meeting. She apologized to the meeting.
Oh, my apologies, then, Chair. I can then say that from our side, we have concluded now in response to this. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, DM. Let me also thank you.
I just forgot to thank.
Okay, continue, DM.
No, I just forgot to thank the chair of the portfolio committee for contextualizing the Russian-Ukraine conflict and the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson DM. Let me take this opportunity also to thank the minister and deputy ministers and her department led by DG to avail themselves and to present to us and answering all the questions that members have been raising. And also both the members of the National Council of Provinces, members of National Assembly Portfolio Committee, thank you very much for availing yourself and to make sure that you do your oversight to the department. It shows that really you are alive, members of these both committees. So I will hand back to this meeting to Honorable Baba Mandela, because Bonet, they are continuing. As the select committee, we are having another meetings, but those who are, they don't have meeting, they can remain because this is very important meeting. They can remain in the meeting. They are welcome to remain in the meeting. Baba Mandela, I give back to the platform to you. And thank you for chairing the meeting while we had difficulties with our network. You did very well, Chair. Thank you very much. The platform is yours. You can conclude the meeting for the first session. Bob Mandela? Oh, it seems maybe still in Umve, so he's struggling again with network. He'll be back 2 o'clock. Members, the lunch is ready. You can, we're gonna email to you the lunch. You can remain where you are so that you have your own lunch. Thank you very much. This first session meeting is adjourned till 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you.